Okay, Zoom is okay, but now I need to do my volume. Welcome. Hi, yeah, I can. And I think we've got Kelly on board. I don't know where Steve is. Is he supposed to be here today? Does anybody know? Okay. Well, today is Tuesday, January the 25th. This is a regular work session meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The meeting is starting at 10:30, and we have starting off with the BOCC retreat prep major initiatives overview, and we have Mr. Peacock here presenting. So hopefully Steve will jump on board here as we move along. And John,
right.
before you start, just so the board knows, our afternoon, if we keep on track, hopefully we'll get a little bit of a break between the end of our work session and the beginning of our joint meeting with planning and zoning. So I'll try and help us keep in that direction. So thank you. All right, John.
Yeah, and hopefully you got a notice that the state demographer had asked for a little bit more time to answer the questions that the board had posed. So I'm going to do a little bit shorter presentation this morning, and we're hoping to move, I think, the open discussion, future agendas discussion into this morning to give the demographer a little bit more time on their presentation this afternoon. So I will not be taking the full time so that we can move those items, assuming that's okay with everyone. Now I'm going to share my screen. Give me just a second here. Difficulty. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
So
thank you.
today we're going to talk about really major projects and initiatives. One of the bits of information, don't worry about reading all of these, it's a little bit of a screenshot, but in preparation for the board retreat, we will be sharing a working document with the board of projects and initiatives, and they're really at multiple levels, big ones and smaller ones that every department is working on. And we've divided them. It'll be a little bit of a busy worksheet, as you can see on the graphic here. by flourishing natural and built environment, livable and supportive community, and prosperous economy, the core focus areas of our strategic plan. And just having a really quick hit of who's responsible, what's the project cost. For some of them, we have assigned some risk analysis so the board can see, gosh, which ones are just moving ahead, which ones are maybe going to have some decision points or road bumps that we have to deal with. And then on a number of them, where is the board already given direction, where not? Right now, that report, like I said, is pretty busy. It has 130 projects and initiatives on it across all departments. And that's one of the reasons we're not going to dive in and talk about each one individually. But we hope that it'll do a couple of things as the board hopefully has a chance to review it a little bit before the retreat, is to get a better sense of the scope of projects and initiatives that staff is currently working on, where we're dedicating our time and resources. But what we really want to pivot to today is staff, in looking at all of these and looking at kind of risks and such. We've identified what major initiatives and projects coming up that are going to require significant board leadership. And that leadership may be direction, just which way do we go, or providing incremental guidance. And I wanted to, I can switch here, talk a little bit about staff's perspective, again, on where we see those major areas. And what you'll see when you look through the 130 projects and initiatives that we've identified is that really most are moving forward as planned. There's a lot that's going well. There's a lot of work being done. We don't always bring all that update to the board. We tend to bring you all problems, frankly, rather than all the stuff that's going well. And I'm really looking at where does staff see with our current set of projects and initiatives where we're going to need a lot of board direction and leadership. It's on questions of workforce sustainability, public safety, particularly the jail and diversion programs, the continued projects around the airport and implementing the vision process, growth management, and how we want to approach those issues going into the future, climate action planning, and then there's a number of others that we think are going to pop up. And so what I wanted to do today was just kind of go over these and staff's perspectives on them at a high level preparation for the retreat. So workforce sustainability, this is coming up really in a number of areas and a number of conversations, but from staff's perspective, workforce sustainability is a long roll issue. We have been talking about workforce challenges for a number of years. The pandemic in particular has brought it's accelerated some of these trends, brought some of them into sharper relief, or even made them more acute. And so, staff sees that traditionally we've kind of looked at 4 pillars around sustainable workforce. And the first of those pillars is affordable housing. The second is childcare. The third is affordable and available transportation, reliable transportation. And the fourth is affordable and accessible healthcare. The county, just talking about where we are in these affordable housing, I think the board is pretty well aware and immersed in our discussions right now. We have some natural limitations in terms of developing or acquiring new housing for affordable housing, whether that be for workforce or community affordable housing. We are limited really to our impact fee. We do not have other revenue sources as some of our neighboring jurisdictions have developed, and grants, of which there are going to be a lot more coming down, particularly with the state getting ready to talk about how it's going to release the next 450 million in housing funds, which will be in the form of a combination of grants and loans. And how are we positioning for that? But really, our current level of involvement in affordable housing is maximizing the resources that we have dedicated to it, both in terms of our funding source, which is the impact fee, primarily. We do put about just under 500,000 in general fund to support APSHA operations, and we sometimes do transfers for acquisitions there, but fairly limited. So we have our projects that the board is well aware of. We have Phillips. We are doing some acquisitions, but it is fairly limited. We don't have really large scale kind of projects like you'd see with the city of Aspen or Snowmass Village. We are in conversations about creating a regional nonprofit. It's an outgrowth of the Housing Coalition discussions and roadmap discussions that would be able to take advantage of the loan opportunities that are likely to come down from the state on a regional basis. And we'll be bringing that back to the board. In terms of childcare, our role has been even more limited. Really outside of human services support for childcare funding for low-income families, the county has not developed a program to support expanding availability of affordable childcare or supporting programs like Kids First. There is a little bit of a history there where there were some agreements with the city and the county historically, that is, the city ran their Kids First tax, that we would not be overlapping with our, for example, property tax through the Healthy Community Fund, so as to avoid any kind of perceptions or concerns about double taxation on the same issue. As such, it's really deferred development of childcare capacity, facilities, availability to our municipal partner. And so it is an area that historically we have not played a large role in. And I do think the board is going to get feedback that there is a desire for the county to play a more active role in this area of workforce and family really sustainability going forward. So for both affordable housing and childcare, we're doing some, but we have some resource limitations there. Where we've probably leaned in and have taken more of a lead role, the work that we do with our both sales tax and now to a lesser degree our use tax, and supporting EOTC and RAFTA operations to ensure reliable and affordable transportation up and down the valley. That we have a significant revenue source, and we are making significant contributions, and that is done on a regional basis with a number of partners, particularly with RAFTA. I think Greg and Francie, you're representing us on the RAFTA board, and you know, we play a role in that governance, and then of course everyone is involved in EOTC. We also play other roles in transportation in terms of our maintenance of roadways and that sort of thing.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, do you have numbers tied to that? I was just thinking, you put a number on our affordable, 500 to APSHA, just throwing numbers out regarding childcare through HHS or RAFTA funding.
The childcare is really pretty minimal, so I will get those numbers. I don't have them off the top, but you know, affordable housing, if you were to stretch it on an annual basis, we're probably in the 1 to 1.5 million a year, and that is depending on how our impact fees come in, which are really elastic, right? They go up and down with a building permit ballot, building permits and such. May or may not be sustainable. We've done a good job. We were sitting on a pretty significant fund balance there that had been accumulated over a number of years. We built up to 12 or 13 million, and we invested in the Salt Vista. We invested in the Phillips property. We've invested in a number of joint equity projects there, Greg. Transportation, I'll look up the use tax. I want to say it's very significant. Say we're in the $12 million range there. And then affordable, accessible healthcare. We have made pretty significant investments in both the Valley Health Alliance and Mountain Family Health Centers. The board is, I think, aware that we bought the 123 Emma Road facility after using it as temporary office space while our sheriff and administration building was built, in large part to house an expanded Mountain Family Health Center facility to provide affordable and quality primary care, dental care, behavioral and substance abuse services. And our target is to be able to serve the roughly 4,000 residents that live at 200% of poverty level or below in Pickens County. And Mountain Family Health Centers is going to be in front of you, giving a presentation here pretty soon. I think it's next week, actually. And you'll see that we are actually starting to approach those numbers of lives served in that facility. And so large Medicaid and uninsured populations there. There's some risks happening because right now we have probably dodged some fiscal bullets here by virtue of the expanded Medicaid funding that has been available for Mountain Family Health Centers, as well as COVID funding. There's real concern that as those funding sources drop off at the federal level, that we'll again be faced with some real funding challenges, particularly for uninsured in Mountain Family Health. So, Greg, we have numbers in that project report tied to initiatives and such, so you'll be able to dig in a little bit more. I dig into it now, but I don't want to look for them in all the 130. VHA, we need to get them in front of you. There's been a lot of work done to bring more affordable health insurance to the Valley, particularly through the Rocky Mountain Health Plan, also helping small employers navigate their options, and working with providers on clinically integrated networks, as well as now starting to work with hospitals on a real value index so that we can start to do some cost comparisons. So we've leaned in pretty heavily with resources, staff, and financial on ensuring affordable and accessible healthcare, providing affordable transportation. We have not leaned in as heavily historically and now on funding around childcare and affordable housing and that sustainability. And this is from staff's perspective. I think these are conversations that are going to come to the board from the community, maybe even some of you at the end of the day. But the COVID pandemic has also brought in a fifth element that really is cut across all lines of the workforce, and that's just the stress, fatigue, and conflict that at all levels of the workforce. I think we're seeing that expressed in internationally, nationally, and locally in great resignation, turnover, people opting out of the workforce, sometimes because they've reached retirement age, sometimes because they haven't recovered the mental, emotional energy to come back into the workforce. And we're seeing that. And I think you saw some of that reflected, particularly in the data Gabe presented, and you'll see again as the demographer presents today. One thing all of these issues seem to have in common is that, you know, we've discovered our workforce lives regionally, and so solutions need to be delivered regionally, and that no one entity is really capable on their own of addressing all the needs in these areas. So it's about partnerships and regionalism, and really the board thinking through, are you playing the role you want to play in partnering on these issues? And if not, what is that gap, and how do we address it? So I'm going to stop there because I'm going to move on to a different issue, and there may be, I'm not asking that the board resolve this now, but it's really just trying to create some understanding of at least what staff sees pressure points around that the board should be considering during the retreat.
Okay, John, before you move, I just want to make sure the board doesn't have any quick questions. Kelly?
I guess I'll just a quick observation that I'll bounce off John. You know, 3 out of these 4 pillars to me seem to be sort of directly connected with like economic relief in some way. So housing, childcare, healthcare, not holistically, but in some major way. But I'm wondering, when you look at this 5th pillar, like what are the conversations starting to tease out from that? You know, is it more economic relief that will help with that stress? Is it something different? Is it just working less? Is it other balance in life? You know, I don't know. So I'm wondering, like, what are the tangible areas of solutions that are maybe starting to emerge there?
You know, Kelly, I think we have a lot more listening to do on this. I think there are some ideas that are forming out there. I think we're seeing a lot of conflict within our workforce and between workforce and those who they're serving at all levels. And so some of it may be resourcing resiliency kind of tools and trainings even in the community to help us cope and be more resilient. So there's that. I think some of the stress goes to the economic factors that you're talking about. I think, you know, we've seen maybe folks are opting, you know, folks who maybe held multiple jobs in the past because of these other factors or fear of illness. We don't know exactly all the factors contributing to it yet. May not be holding as many, which is causing some of the financial stress and food insecurity, housing, those sorts of things. So I do think there's a financial component to it too. The fatigue is really the interesting one, and it's how folks are opting back into the workforce at a slower rate. And is it because they can't find childcare? Is it because they're tired and mentally unprepared to come back? I don't have those answers yet, and I think that's part of the ongoing listening that we're hoping to do through the roadmap. Tara and I are going to be meeting with a CEO forum to start to get kind of their observations. We need to do more community outreach. I'd love the board's thoughts. And I wish I had answers to this one. This has been the hardest for us to figure out. So I gave you a lot of speculation. I don't know if that was helpful.
I have additional speculation I could throw at the wall too, but.
Please do. Yeah. But I do think, Kelly, if you can relieve pressures in areas of affordable housing, it starts to address things like food insecurity. If you can relieve pressures on childcare, removes major stress points. So I still think these 4 pillars that we've traditionally leaned on are appropriate pillars to address some of these issues. I don't think they're inclusive of all of them, but I still think they're meaningful to address, particularly stress and fatigue.
Okay, thanks, John.
We ready to move on, Patty?
Yep, I believe we are.
Okay. Jail, as the board knows, we've started work. Kelly is your representative on this. So Kelly, help me fill in all the gaps that are going to be in this one. But we have started work with a criminal justice coordinating committee. We are very much at the beginning stages with this group and analysis. We first convened in September. In December, we had a data review, really with the consultants, and really starting to talk about how our system benchmarks against others in key areas, and starting to identify some general recommendations for the system. So this isn't just about what do we need in a jail. We've really stepped back, as we talked about during the last retreat, and really started talking more systemically. What are some of our low-hanging fruit operationally? What are going to be some of the harder to achieve, highly impactful items like wraparound mental health services, and how do you break cycles of recidivism to ensure you're not just warehousing folks and causing them to maybe go out and cause similar or worse public safety issues for themselves and others. We do have a meeting coming up this Thursday already, where we're going to be talking through more vision, values, further recommendations, and trying to set some priorities. There were some key takeaways, and there's a lot of data behind this, and there's a report that Kelly's had the opportunity to see as a member of the CJCC that we'll include in your retreat packet. I think there's some great data in there. And that data really pointed to 4 key takeaways that at least our consulting group was really, I think, encouraging us to lean into. And I think we knew all of these. We could have probably projected all of these, but it's good to have the data around them. we're struggling with substance and mental health issues. We continue to do that. The trends and is manifesting in our population pre and post trial, and really to break cycles of recidivism. That is something we'll need to lean into as we go through, and we have some processes outside of this criminal justice coordinating committee. We are doing a mental health needs assessment and such. We do have public health participating on this group so that we can bring these together. I think the data shows that we are, in our community, we're doing a pretty good job using jail as a last resort. That we're doing a pretty good job with diversion programs. Some of that has grown organically, and so we still need to understand our systems, and there's improvements that we can still make, particularly with some of our pretrial services and processes that will help us with some further diversion. We do see in our data that our courts, relative to other courts, have an unusually large number of continuances, which here is expressed as delays in the system. What we don't know, and I think we're going to get more information on, is how much of that is actually impacting like average daily stay in the jail, how much of it is appropriate. There's still some more look to go on, or there's still some more data to collect on that, but that the continuances do have people involved with our court system for a longer period of time than others. We still haven't answered the question, I think, is that a good thing? You know, they may be doing it for the right reasons. It may be a process issue. There's more to unpack there, and understanding how it affects our jail.
So John, do we have any data about that shows why cases are being continued or delayed? That would be an interesting thing at some point to know. What is there a theme that runs through that?
Yeah, and I think the why is going to be part of the conversations that happen with the CJCC versus really understanding it in data. The whys may be very appropriate, right? They may be to kind of avoid, you know, greater involvement down the road, or to give time for somebody to complete some pre-trial work that would allow them to divert from. And so those whys, I think we still need to spend a little bit more time on. And it may be that it's a significant impact we need to address. It may be that this is part of our system that's working for us.
Okay. All right,
but we do know it's different from others.
Thanks, John. I think, Greg, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I did. Thanks. This is fascinating, and thank you for this. This is great for this preview. I was just thinking, it reminds me of the traffic studies that show that if you could just relieve the traffic volume by 5%, you might actually eliminate gridlock. And I'm just wondering, you know, that's the first thing that comes to mind, I think, for a lot of us when we see that information. And so it does make me wonder, if we're so much different from others, why are we doing this differently? And what might be, you know, what other options may be. And this is exciting. Everything else seems like really tough stuff to deal with, as always, and I'm sure this will be too. Thank you.
Kelly's going to have all the answers for y'all in a little bit.
All right, Kelly and then Steve.
I don't have all the answers, but just a couple hopeful contributions. So I will say, I think we acknowledge there's room for improvement. It's not like our justice system is operating on all the best, you know, practices, and we're doing everything just right and still kind of struggling with these conundrums. So I do think there's opportunities there. Like, for example, one of the things we heard is possibly organizing court dockets differently might help move cases through faster. So, I think just things like that, there are solutions to be tried, hopefully with the group coalescing on what those solutions would be. And then just a couple things that I observed were, the introduction of the PACT program had a meaningful impact on the data based on the number of holds and overnight stays and things. So I count that as success in my observation of the data. And then, another thing that we saw was the change in how DUIs were treated at the court level also affected, people needing to be held for longer periods. So there are some like really tangible things that I think the data is saying for us to take action on.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Okay, Steve?
John, if we could get the courthouse project finished and have our, the full use of that for the court system, including the 3 courtrooms, would that make a difference in backlog in the court system, or is that backlog still going to exist even if we have our infrastructure at the right place?
Yeah, well, I think there's separate issues actually. So the work we're doing in the courthouse to allow the 9th Judicial District to operate at full capacity is extremely important. I think the issue here is more one of judicial discretion around granting continuances and why that's happening. And I think it's at least as it's been framed up, and Kelly, see if you agree with it, I think it's been framed up more as a process issue and an issue of judicial discretion than a resource, a lack of resource question at this point. And it's really understanding, as you, I think as Greg discussed, is like, why is this happening? And us really having that conversation within the system. It may be happening for all the right reasons. So I don't want to say because we're different that it's a problem. We're just acknowledging that this is so different, we should be paying attention to it. And it could affect our average length of stay.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? And Kelly, would you agree with that?
Yeah. Thanks, John.
Yeah, I don't think we really, there was so much data presented at our first meeting that we weren't diving into what, the possible causes and solutions could be at the time. I think that's our future discussions.
I think the real challenge here that's going to be coming back to the board, and we know, I think we knew this going in, is that it is still most likely the recommendation that in order to have a modern and safe facility, that we will need to do something with our jail facility, and we will likely need to do something with the programming as we've talked about around mental health and substance abuse and diversion opportunities to be sure that we're doing the right thing. To the degree that we would be funding particularly facilities and additional capital improvements, we are definitely going to be running up against some really serious resource questions in terms of our ability to fund that and where it happens and how it happens. We've got a little ways to go. I think as Kelly said with the CJCC, before we have those specific recommendations, I think we're hoping to really have some firmer recommendations coming back to this board in the early spring even. But it's going to take some time to work through this. What we do know, just like with housing and childcare, there's not a real obvious place to go for resources for a major project here. So that's going to be a wrestling effect for us.
Okay.
I was getting ready to switch to a different one if there's more that you all want to.
Can I just add one last? I also think that there will be components of the larger system that will continue to fail us. I mean, in a way, and I hate to say it that way. And there's state effort on tackling those, but I think we may also be poised with having to decide if we need more local homegrown solutions to fill those gaps. And that's I'm thinking of along the like behavioral health component side of that.
Okay, I'll let John move on to the next.
Okay. Well, y'all are pretty familiar with this one at this point, I think. We've certainly spent a lot of time. The airport, though, I think is going to continue to require a lot of attention and direction from the board as we move forward with implementing the common ground recommendations as amended by the board. We've got our new advisory board in place. They did have their first meeting to get formed up and put the structure together. I know Patty had an opportunity to speak to that group and welcome them. We are currently interviewing consultants for a new airport layout plan based on the common ground recommendations. That's going to be a really key step to get finalized with the FAA in order to qualify for the federal funding to do the major infrastructure projects. We also have the lease and bid process for the FBO coming due. Our lease is coming to an end, so the board is going to be very involved in those negotiations and approving those lease documents. I think what we just can't lose sight on, it feels like we're starting to get on we have direction and we're starting to move forward with projects to implement that direction. But taken together, those projects in the common ground by far will be the largest capital undertakings that the county's ever done collectively. This airport is developed over multiples of decades, and we're talking about potentially touching almost every corner of this airport over the next 7 to 10 years. And that will be the largest capital undertaking that we've ever done, and it's going to require a lot of ongoing leadership, guidance, and really challenging discussions for staff and the board and your new advisory board as we move forward. I wasn't going to cover a whole lot more on that to see if any questions or comments or additional thoughts there.
Oh, Greg, you want to go ahead?
Great, thanks. The only thought I'd have just right off the bat are the headlines. And clearly, I'm so grateful that the Vision Committee and the advisory board is in place. Just looking at the headlines, that the CRJ looks, they found a successor with the Embraer, and we've talked about it off and on. And that's interesting that has made the headlines again as the expected or projected replacement aircraft at the airport. And this actually, it may not change the conversation significantly, but it definitely takes some of the fear of catastrophic, what do you call it? Irrelevance from the airport. All of a sudden, there are other aircraft that can fly in here. A lot of the fear motivating the various campaigns around this airport have come from people who said, well, there's nothing to replace it. We've got, so I just want to say, I think that it's kind of good to be moving at the pace we are and seeing what is happening and what's evolving rapidly in the airline industry, in the air carrier industry, which we don't have a lot of control over. So I'm gratified that it's moving the way it is, and I think we'll be in for some more surprises. That's a prediction, and I'm just wondering if you agree.
Yeah, so I think This is a great example, Greg, I think, of kind of the conversations that you all are going to be having as we move forward and referencing the vision committee documents and recommendations. We will be getting, I think the Embraer information actually came out of our first conversations with the airport advisory board. So it's a little bit ahead. We are going to be putting a briefing together for this board. I just want to be careful that, it seems to be moving in that direction. I don't think that's settled that aircraft will be coming in, but it does definitely seem to be moving in that direction, and we're starting to plan for that, and we'll be bringing some recommendations to this body. That said, the possibility of the E-175 was not unknown to the Vision Committee and the working groups when they made their recommendations. And in evaluating the aircraft against the values that the community set, there are some concerns that it appears right now, at least from the data that we had during the vision process, that is a slightly louder aircraft and maybe a slightly less efficient aircraft, so it doesn't necessarily move to some of the environmental and noise goals that we're trying to achieve. And so those are going to be some of the points. But I think you're right. I think a lot of what motivated these discussions initially was the the CRJ hasn't, is no longer being made. It's got an expiration date at some point in the future here, and we don't have another aircraft to replace it. I think that conversation is changed by the E-175 coming in, and so that's what I mean. There are going to be, I think, these ongoing kind of policy and priority questions for this board about what it is you're trying to achieve. And this is a huge project for us to be moving as an organization, and so we want to make sure we're pacing it appropriately and accomplishing what the board wants to do. How are we doing on this one? We ready to? I know I'm going to run out of time. Y'all knew this one was coming, of course. Growth management. This is, been kind of a fits and starts conversation. It was identified as a priority almost 2 years ago now. Actually, it is about 2 years ago now. At that time, the board really directed growth management and a planning effort, or a planning effort viewing growth management through the lens of climate action and climate change. And we went through that process, and we did have a public process around that. It also happened to coincide with COVID. And so it didn't provide our standard means for participating at that time. It is our standard means of participating now to be online and electronic and such. But there were a lot of concerns raised when the initial recommendations from the working group and such were presented. And at that time, we were given direction to take a step back, complete further economic and climate studies. You'll get an update on those this afternoon in your joint meeting with the Planning Commission, where those are at. And then, it was at least our direction at the time to reconvene an even more robust public process. Since then, I think there's been some tension, right, between do we lean into that robust, more comprehensive planning conversation with the community and bring recommendations to the board from that? Or do we take a little bit more incremental approach and start to bring growth management issues, whether it's the scoring system, TDRs or other elements that require work on the code more incrementally and get the board working more directly on those and have public input maybe through our more traditional methods. And we're going to need some direction on that. Staff has been moving forward with the idea that we're going to kind of do a comprehensive planning effort, that we're going to be going out to the community, getting a lot of feedback and ideas to bring back to the board. I also am hearing that that may not be the desire of the board going forward, that there are some issues that we just need to start diving in and allowing getting the community's attention and participation through a more traditional public hearing process and getting information out there, not unlike what we've done with short-term rentals. And so I do think we're going to need to come to some conclusions about that. I do know that the Planning Commission did have an opportunity, as I think you saw in the, if you reviewed the AIS for the joint meeting this afternoon, there's some conversation about growth management, how to move forward. And I think that's going to be a good chunk of their conversation with you this afternoon. And as staff, we think it's going to be an issue that we're going to need more direction from the board. How do you want us to move forward on this? Because we may be moving a little too slowly and comprehensively. I'll leave it there.
Okay, I don't see any hands, John.
Climate action. This is an area I know, the board passed a resolution. It's a high priority of the board. We do have a number of initiatives that you're going to see. I think staff is feeling, frankly, pretty good on this right now. We have the ABC microgrid project. We're anticipating hearing back on that grant, by the way, hopefully any day now. I think the process got delayed a little bit because of the fires on the Front Range and DOLA needing to redirect staff there. But we're anticipating we're going to have a successful application and a microgrid project that will probably need to come to the board for some additional project management support to get that done with our partners. We have electrification studies in the budget and underway. And this is really us taking a step back and taking a comprehensive look at all county facilities for the purpose of what it would take to electrify them and developing a capital investment plan. Instead of considering that on each individual boiler replacement or what have you, as they came forward in the budget. So that process is moving forward. We see a lot of synergy with that and what we're doing in the microgrid project. We have an electric vehicle infrastructure study coming through Public Works. I know there's been, no pun intended, some energy on that. We're making pretty significant investments right now in waste diversion and construction waste, energy code implementation. I think our biggest question is, are we going to continue to look at growth management through the lens of climate change? I think the growth management question will come back here. I think the challenge here for us is kind of this tension between the board having declared an emergency and wanting a comprehensive response, and staff. We have tried to respond with a fairly comprehensive set of both planning and project efforts to really start working here, but we always feel the tension that we're not meeting the board's expectations there. And so that's going to be a challenge. Sorry, can you see me still? I just lost both my screens.
We can still see
I
it.
see it.
Oh, that's so weird. Okay, I can hear you. I can't see a thing now, so I'm just gonna keep talking and hope that it makes sense. And Patty, if at any rate, I think where the conversation is how much, you know, are we putting kind of the effort forward that the board finds is appropriate to really addressing our role in implementing our climate action plan. You don't have to answer that now, but you'll see a lot of projects that we've tried to pivot and prioritize for the board.
All right, John, you've got 6 minutes. So the board knows.
Okay, I think did my screen advance?
No, we still have it, but I might have to go off Zoom because I'm having trouble getting my computer to charge. But no, John, you're good. We can see it. You can't, but we can. So do you want us to do the rest of your presentation?
Yeah, so I will let you tell me if I miss a bullet point because I'm kind of doing these other issues from memory right now. But there are other areas that are going to emerge, we know, that are also going to require board attention. They may not have kind of the breadth and complexity totally of the issues that we identified previously, but we know we're going through a mental health needs assessment right now, and that is going to identify gaps. And I think just like we're seeing with our criminal justice system review, there's going to be some synergy there and probably some need for additional investment. To Kelly's earlier point about gaps at other levels, maybe some significant investment that we'll need to make there or find partnerships that we can make them in. We have issues of, you know, just our own workforce. We are not immune to these same trends that the community is seeing, you know, higher turnover, difficulty recruiting, you know, resources to address those issues. You'll see there are a number of projects and initiatives that we're picking back up in some cases, like succession planning, really looking at our pay systems, but also turning back in on our culture and really thinking about, you know, how do we listen to our employees with empathy and identify those other kind of issues or motivations outside of, you know, financial that help our employees be sustainable and want to be with our organization. Ambulance is another structural funding issue that hopefully is on this slide. That is going to be coming back to the board. We talked about that during budget. I don't think the issue itself is that complicated to understand, but the solution, you know, could be, you know, is a mill levy increase, is another revenue source. We have the issues that were identified in the citizen survey. It'll be interesting to see, you know, what the board's energy is on those. A lot of those, I think, are addressed in these other kind of major areas that staff sees emerging. And then we still have this umbrella of COVID that we're operating in, and the uncertainty about are we coming out of the pandemic? Are we getting back to normal? Is it something else? And then, you know, these are staff's observations, and so we may have some gaps from where the board wants to be. How did I do on the bullet points?
There's one more, COVID and others, but I think COVID has pretty much been covered.
Okay.
And others is left to be determined.
I'm oh, there, my screen just came back. I hit escape. That is so weird. Okay, I can see you again. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but this again, not designed to be comprehensive in terms of really going into everything in depth. It's really designed for staff to be able to say, these are some of the bigger issues we think you're going to be wrestling with as a board. And if we're missing the boat on that, we really need to hear from you on it during the retreat.
And John, all this information that you've given us today will be provided in the book, the 3-ring binder that Charlotte's in the process of putting together for our retreat.
That is correct. So the presentation, but also the projects and initiatives report. But that's a working document. I'll just warn you, it's a working document. So it is a lengthy, there's a lot in it, as well as the jail report from this. And then everything else from all the retreat preps that we put together.
Right, and as we know, the retreat itself is a work in process, so it all fits together well.
Yes.
John, do you have anything else, or does the board have any questions?
It's really back to the board at this point.
Okay. Thank you. And the board knows I did have to go off Zoom, but I'm hoping, you know, the county gave me this very old iPad here, so it doesn't charge very well. We're going to work on that. All right, we are going to move into the board membership meeting items, and I'll just do mine really quick because I can, and then we'll go to Francie. We had an ACRA meeting this morning. It was really good. John and Kara did a presentation. ACRA has really looked into the short-term rental issue. I asked that they send me the little slide presentation they did today. When I get it, I will forward it on to the rest of the board individually. It had some really interesting information. I think one of the confusions that I was hearing is they think the county's regulations, because the county's issues are the same as the municipalities, should be our regulations to be the same as the municipalities. But our issues are a little bit different because we don't have the commercial zoning and the lodging zoning and that like the city does. So, but the information I think is worth hearing, reading, and taking into consideration. Economic development and the Northwest COG meeting, that is scheduled for Thursday. So I will be attending that. We're doing John Stabney's evaluation early in the morning. This is my couple of weeks for doing evaluations on 3 different Johns. So I'll fill you in on that. Workforce development is also kind of included in with our Northwest COG meetings now, so everybody can hear the information. And the one thing that's not on here is the Intermountain Transportation Funding. I did meet with Brian Pettit and Dave Pechnicek the other day. We had a Zoom meeting to bring me up to speed, talked about the issues at hand, and we're hoping to see more funding coming in that direction. Brian and Dave are going to be attending most of the meetings, running things by me if I can't be in attendance, if there's any decisions that have to be made. So I'm going to meet with them on a regular basis throughout this year, just to be up to speed, because the last couple of years there was no money really to worry about. And now that those funds are coming in, we will hopefully be making some decisions that actually have funding behind them. Okay, so that wraps up mine. Francie, please.
Well, I don't have a thing to say about any of mine, but I will after this week, because Kelly and I are going down to the CCI meetings on these. So, you know, Steve might know more about these particular areas right now than I do, or even Kelly might also. So I'm going to hold off on saying anything until I know more.
And Francie, you have Wolf meetings tomorrow, is that right?
I have Wolf meetings tomorrow and Thursday, so I'm going to Zoom tomorrow. I was going to come up, but I'm going to Zoom, and I will be in and out of the Wolf meeting depending on what our schedule looks like. Obviously, I'm not going to be gone for the STR discussion.
Okay, and you want to come
and
in?
I've written to the moderator for the Wolf meetings and explained this to her.
Okay.
And then on Thursday, I'll be in Denver and I'll figure it out there.
Well, and I have a note here to let you know when we're getting to land use issues tomorrow, so we can bring you in for that issue and Deerhammer. Okay, great, thank you.
And STR. It's pretty big day tomorrow. So I don't know whether I'll be at the Wolf meeting at all, but.
All right, well, thank you, Francie. Kelly, please.
So APSHA decided at the first meeting of the year that the board would like to focus on looking at the affordability standard and right sizing as board strategic plan, action for the year. So we're waiting for some information from staff on structuring those conversations. And what that really means is, APSHA sets their rates for rentals and for category level purchases, but they're not always based on updated studies for what is actually affordable based on incomes in the valley. So there's a lot of detailed discussion that goes into how we assess income and things like that, but we want to get a better sense of what's going on there. And then right sizing is related to people who maximizing the use of the inventory in a way where people are in units that are best suited for their family size, their position in life, things like that. So, I think that the shape of that conversation will involve communicating with the seniors. And I sat in on a meeting with the senior advisory group last week just to give some feedback and to seek some feedback from them about concerns and interest in the conversation. But it also would relate to people who just have changes in family composition, someone in a divorce, something like that. So what can be done to get, if you're a family of two, to have that family of two in a 2-bedroom. So we do maximize the inventory. So those are, I think, the direction that the APSHA board is headed. Happy to take any questions about APSHA. And then Francie had said, CCI is this week. Per usual, the CCI kind of legislative priorities are pretty mundane, pretty, they're pretty government, administratively based type of stuff. You all would have seen the list in the CCI email blast that went out, but, it's looking at things like, I think maybe the two most controversial one is designating ponds for fire prevention and suppression. So how I understand it is water division engineers have been going out and telling people that they can't fill certain ponds, which are intended for water suppression, because they're out of call. So there's some effort on that. Over snow use of county roads. And I'm not sure how we get around that with Maroon Bells, but some other counties are having issues with trying to designate their county roads for over snow use. I don't know. Anyway, there's some other ones that are more administrative and I'd say pretty boring. But that's their legislative agenda, and then we'll start taking positions on more bills, and we'll elect people to steering committee officer positions this week. And so, yeah, Francie and I are planning on going down in person. Steve, I assume you'll join by Zoom. Is that what you're hoping to do? Okay. Okay. And then CCAT, again, they're diving into the legislative stuff. And just as a reminder, CCAT takes more of an issue-based approach to things, where we have, a transportation committee, housing committee, things like that are focusing on moving specific issues forward. I will say, I think that we'll have to have some conversation here related to two bills that CCAT will take more of a role in than CCI will. Just by nature of the membership. So the collective bargaining conversation, as you may or may not know, there is an effort at the state level to give collective bargaining powers to local governments. This is something that state employee or local government employees, state employees already have this. So it's pretty contentious. And I think we'll have to weigh in on it. And then the short-term rental conversation as well. There's two sort of angles on that issue, separate from our local governing zoning licensing powers, having to do with data accessibility from the platforms that are marketing and facilitating short-term rental bookings is one, and then the tax equity conversation about trying to when is a business no longer a residence, and now or when is a unit property no longer a residence, it's functioning as a business, should it be taxed accordingly? And there's active debate on both fronts, and I expect them to sort of be parsed out. And we will need to weigh in on that, because I'm not sure where our board is on those two questions or what we would seek. So I think as those conversations take more detail, I want to bring that back and check in with you all, because I'm not sure, CCI I don't think will ever be in a position to take a position on either of those two questions based on its membership. CCAT, on the other hand, might, but I also think that it's possible that the membership will not get to its threshold, which is consensus -2, is how CCAT operates. So it tries to achieve consensus, and it will move forward and support or opposition of a bill if there are less than 2 members who take a contrary position to that. So I'm not sure if we'll get there either with CCAT, and I think we'll have to weigh in on that. So those are active conversations happening. And, just another thing that we'll see coming down is conversations related to how the ARPA funds were spent. So there were 2 interim committees. One was established for dealing with behavioral health funds, and one was established for dealing with affordable housing funds. Those 2 interim committees have made their reports to the legislature on how those should be spent. Local government has a really critical role in this funding, in the mechanism of spending these funds. So I think there will be some opportunities for us to figure out how to access that, should the recommendations of those committees be followed through by the legislature. For example, the housing interim committee had recommended a revolving loan and grants program to local governments. So we'll see if those get stood up, but that would be really interesting. It's local governments and nonprofit partners. And then it also flagged for me, just an idea I want to throw out a little bit, is if there's a role for us to be thinking about in our ARPA funds, creating a loan program as well, if any of our programs that we might want to spend that money on would behoove themselves. And I don't know what kind of limitations we have, but I thought that was a creative solution that the interim committee came up with to actually try and leverage the funds into the future, rather than have them, they need to have the first allocation spent by 2024, but nothing seems to say that those can't be replenished and respent into the future. So it's something for us to think about. And then the River District, the Water Roundtable, Colorado River Water Basin Roundtable, they will meet next Monday. The agenda is pretty light. It's just some funding, some grant applications. So that's
the other item, Kelly, you have was the jail, but apparently the big meeting is Thursday, right? And you will be in Denver?
Yep, I think John's prior report covered.
Okay, perfect, great. Thank you, Kelly. All right, next is Steve, please.
Well, much the same report on CCI. I'm going to attend virtually this Thursday and Friday. I just still have lingering symptoms and do not want to take a chance exposing anybody. And I think actually one of the most interesting issues is the ponds for firefighting, which might have application here for us to, kind of investigate that. The ponds have to already have been in existence prior to a certain date. I can't remember, it's quite a while in the past. So brand new ponds don't qualify for it, but maybe there's some way we could actually pursue developing ponds in strategic locations and get water rights for them that could be protected for firefighting purposes. So I think that's one I'm following pretty closely, actually. Another one that's not on the CCI radar, but it's an ag one, is Dylan Roberts is going to be introducing his bill again for the tax considerations for the greenhouse operations that use that don't have the plants growing in the ground. The roots are not in the ground. They can be hydroponic or whatever. And this is really partly directed toward the greenhouse south of Silt on the south side of the river that is growing lettuce in a major way. So that's one he had last year that he ended up pulling, but he's bringing it back this year. And it's an interesting one that I think we would want to follow. Moving on to the other things I'm on, the Regional Transportation Committee is meeting next week when we are having our board retreat. So I will miss it for the second time in a row now. It seems like the meetings are falling on times when I have conflict. Vintage is actually meeting tomorrow morning before our afternoon meeting. So I'm the chair of that committee and will be on that call. Looking at all the senior issues that are out there, one of the big ones right now is actually the modernization of the Older Coloradans Act, which Vintage is working on that and SAPCA is working on it. And just so you know, Chad Federvich has been appointed to the SAPCA committee as the representative from the Colorado Commission on Aging. So he's been very active in the rewriting of the Older Coloradans Act. And the Older Coloradans Act basically will create a merger of the SAPCA committee and the current Colorado Commission on Aging by having a combination of citizens, one from each of the 8 congressional districts, plus subject matter and industry experts in a wide variety of areas dealing with aging issues. And then it would also memorialize in state statute the Lifelong Colorado Initiative. So that's a major effort of both SAPCA and Vintage will be looking at that too, because the AAAs, the Area Agency on Aging across the state, are tied in structurally with the Colorado Commission on Aging and get funding through that department at the state. One other issue that is coming up in that area, it appears that the governor is trying to demote the position of the aging advisor to the governor to more of just a Department of Human Services staff position that wouldn't be have the direct access to the governor's office. But then it would be finally funded by the state, because up until now for 2 years it's been funded by a grant from a private foundation. So it always seems odd to me that the state of Colorado has positions which are not funded by the state, but are funded by private donations, basically. That just always seems odd to me, but that's been what the situation is. So let's see. Senior Council, one other item. Two items. The Senior Council took a look at a property that came up for sale on the real estate market that would have been an ideal location for a new senior center on Main Street. It's the Design Workshop building with the former Pickens County Library. But it turns out that that building doesn't have nearly enough square footage for what the space needs of the senior center is. So that was a short-lived looking at a building that could have been a really good location, but just not the right building for what the senior center needs. And then the last thing on the senior council, we lost another member who resigned. We're having trouble getting people to join on the senior council. I think part of it is a structural thing in the bylaws that people can only serve for 2 terms and then they're term limited and have to take a year off before coming back on. And sometimes people come back on and other times they just don't come back into the senior council. One of the exceptions is Seth Saxon, who has been, I think he's been taken his year off 2 different times, and then he always comes back on the senior council and is very active and engaged. So he's one of the younger members who is, you know, will be a senior citizen in quite a few years from now, but it's really great having him. But anyhow, we're trying to think of ways to get more people interested, and I think everybody's going to try to invite a friend of theirs who might be interested in serving on the council to drum up some more interest. So Greg, that's kind of up your alley on getting people on the citizen boards. So that's the end of my report for
Great,
today.
thank you. Okay, Greg, please. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, I'll redouble my efforts. I was thinking during John's presentation earlier, you know, with all the, you know, really the daunting challenges before us that the staff has lined out for us to discuss during our retreat, I have to take some solace in knowing that we have a community that is so well engaged, and maybe it could be more so, but you know, just recently looking along the lines of the mental health community and how they're stepping up and becoming more prominent. We've got a volunteers, you know, I think in order to really be a local in Aspen, you've got to be volunteering or on various volunteer boards. It seems to be part of our culture, and I'm so grateful for that. And I want to make sure that's part of the conversation because we rely heavily on engaged citizens. And so, yeah, maybe it's time to start pounding the pavement again for I keep thinking of people who could be on boards. So I'll keep working on that. I think it's something we should all be doing. It's really development in a way for, you know, keeping the community strong. Board report. Let's see, I'm going to start here with CC4CA. I testified a couple of days ago before the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission regarding fugitive methane and abandoned wells. And that went very well. I also took a seminar that they offer. Their CC4CA is going to start offering more workshops and seminars online. And I took a very brief one just on, you know, understanding and getting to know the legislature, how to work around it, how to get in it, and how to you know, engage. And honestly, there's information there that I either had forgotten or just didn't know. So it was very, very useful just for the half hour I was on the call. Policy committee reports coming in. The policy committee, CC4CA, perhaps Kelly's had more experience with that than I have, only that they're always tweaking our policy, and it's really tough because virtually every member has to weigh in, and it's parsing the bylaws and all that. And to me, that is it's brain damage. But I think we've got a good group, and we're in a good place, and hopefully it doesn't have to be tweaked so much going forward. I think the last meeting they discussed preparation for legislative session. We get the emails regarding that. I don't have the list right in front of me, but the thing that I did want to say that I think affects us right now and is important is that the director, Jacob Smith of CC4CA, has agreed to work with our Coal Basin project and bring on CC4CA to advocate for our efforts with the pilot project at Coal Basin. I may have mentioned that already. It was so exciting when, the first time I broached the subject with them, he demurred. It made me really nervous. And so 6 months later, he said, yeah, we need to do this. I think CC4CA would benefit, and we could certainly use their clout and influence and letters and calls and everything that CC4CA does help us as we try to move forward with coal base. So that's CC4CA. I'm going to move over to CORE. CORE is still a couple months into having our new interim director, John Doherty, who has been, thankfully, I think I was the biggest booster because I introduced him to CORE. But now I can sit back because I think everybody on the board really, really appreciates him. He's a dynamo. He's the kind of guy you want to keep around. And he is just beginning the work on framing the search for a new director. And also we're working on bylaws and policy and figuring out what Core 2.0 is. And Core 2.0 will, from what it looks like, I'll have more to talk about later. I can't talk about everything now, but it's going to be involving more citizens. It's going to be functioning more as a normal nonprofit. And hopefully, we're planning and hoping that it will not be so dependent on REMP funds as we see the REMP funds declining, which means the city and the county will have, maybe more freedom and discretion to do what they will with the REMP funds, and CORE will be a little bit more independent and not so dependent upon that. And I think that's a good thing. And I think the board is excited about it. It's a little scary, and I'll have more for you soon. I'm going to move on here to RWAPA very briefly. We're going to have a meeting on February 10th. And the thing that came up that Kelly was alerted to and I was, is that April has applied for a project accelerator program with the Water Now Alliance. And that's to explore the idea of a regional unified permanent watering restrictions program for outdoor residential and commercial irrigation from Aspen to Glenwood Springs. It's a national organization that's doing this. They will contribute 250 hours of skilled staff time towards the project over 6 to 9 months. There's no money involved, but it'd be bringing in manpower to help us talk about the possibility of creating a unified water restrictions program. Kelly and I both sent it, I think we both sent it to John Ely because one of the questions April had was, hey, if you've got any immediate problems on this, get a hold of me. And so we've had some comments from John Ely, which I think encourage us to go ahead and encourage April to go ahead with this. I think it's going to affect municipal water more than our county extra municipal, but it's something worth exploring. So stay tuned on that. We'll have more on that after February 10th. That's where WAPA will be meeting February 10th, as I said. RAFTA, significant thing. Right now, the most significant thing is the first and last mile funding that we, RAFTA has put to BOCC, to work with BOCC on their first and last mile. They're going to bring in the downtowner and have a circulating downtowner van or 2 or 3, I suppose, between the South Side and Old Town and maybe Willits to try to reduce traffic. The downtowner, unfortunately, is using gas-burning vans, which to me is a step backwards. So I've been advocating for electrification, and maybe the pressure can continue on that when it makes sense. Honestly, it has to make sense to do it. That's RAFTA for now. We did the last meeting. We had a board reports for staff accomplishments and work. And as Dan runs a tight ship, it's always a great pleasure for me to be at those meetings because I think Dan is he's 30 plus years of just knocking it out of the park with RAFTA. I'm so impressed, and I still hesitate to send him an email anytime after hours because he'll answer no matter what time of day or night it is. He'll answer within moments. Yeah. And so you don't send him a 3 a.m. email unless you want a response at 3:30, and then I feel really guilty. QQ has upcoming meeting on March 3rd, and I don't have anything on that yet. Okay, Board of Health, our next meeting, we voted to do every other month for now. So our next meeting is in March. As you all know, there's a lot of frustration in the community, and I've been forwarding all the missives from the community and everywhere I can find to both our public health and to our Board of Health members so they can stay abreast. thinking about, it was interesting the other day, as a brief aside, with the passing of the philosopher Thich Nhat Hanh, who practiced compassionate listening, it made me realize that perhaps what the Board of Health can do, because I brought it up at our last meeting, I really wanted to hear from Board of Health members and on a particular topic, and boy, nobody wanted to speak. It was strange. How often does that happen when nobody really wants to say anything? But I like this idea, and I think I'm going to pursue it with the compassionate listening. And what it really will mean is that we're going to occasionally open the floor and bring in public comment, a wide variety, so the board will really hear firsthand from people in the community. Because, as you know, we've had some vocal, criticism and comment in the papers and elsewhere from people who felt like, for some reason, we should offer public comment at every Board of Health meeting as a requirement. The fact is, statutorily, it's not a requirement to invite a public comment session. I think the analogy I would make is if you had a financial advisory board, would you invite the community to come in and try to steer the conversation for experts who've been brought in? And it's the same with medical. If you have a medical, a public health advisory board made of medical and public health professionals, you're really requiring on them for their knowledge. And while we do want public input, and we receive it constantly in the form of letters and other communications, it doesn't always have to be a public hearing. It's not really a public process. And I think I confirmed that with John Ely, but he also said, part of our job is to make sure people are listening. So I'm going to, I think that will be beneficial for everyone, and it could take a little bit more time at the next meeting, but I think it's a good thing.
I think that's a good idea, Greg. Yeah, that's a good idea to do that. And I got some comments from Akron today, which I'll follow up, about the lack of enforcement of masking and the confusion in downtown with the commercial, retail, restaurants, and lodging. So another story.
Thank you, Betty. That's important. I did mean to bring that up. You can't help but notice the frustration. And Kelly, as a mom of young kids, I know you frustration, Kelly. You've expressed that to us, and it's important to hear from you. Especially when we see the pictures from the X Games or the disco or the après ski, and it's just like a free-for-all. They're all 10 and 5 inches apart, mouths agape, breathing on each other. And you think, how is this policy somehow in any sort of harmony with the extreme masking policies that we're promoting? And I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. And I think certainly what our public health department has done is admirable. Our incidence rate is a tiny fraction of what we're seeing in our adjoining counties and elsewhere. Our mortality rate is a tiny fraction of the mortality rate we've seen in adjoining counties and elsewhere. And I think we have a lot of people in our community who appreciate that. So I want to support public health every way I can, but I also want to make sure everybody hears how hard this has been, because we know it's been challenging for the entire community. Thanks. I didn't mean to go on there.
No, no. And Francie, I'll let you ask a question, but then we're going to wrap so we can get a break, because it's going to be a long afternoon. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question for Greg. It doesn't seem very compassionate to have a mask mandate when without even being able to discuss it for 2 more months. To say you're not going to meet again for 2 months, and yet we have a different mask mandate than most of our neighboring counties. So I would say there's a lot of business people and everyday people who would find that not very compassionate.
I appreciate that, because I have thought about that, and part of my discussion in my notes to Jordana and others is that we can always have a listening session sooner than that. We're actually, the public health director can issue a change in the order when they think it's appropriate.
Without the board.
Without the board, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So the board doesn't have to meet for a decision to be made. I think it's good for the board to meet so that the public health director has the backup and the confidence of the board involved in what they're doing. And she certainly has that now, and our department does. And I think the justifications that they've presented for what they're doing still make sense in light of the incidence rate that we still have. So,
Okay.
but it's it's frustrating for the community. And yes, a listening session sooner than March is a good idea. And I'd be in favor of that.
I agree with Francis'
Thanks,
comment.
Greg.
Kelly, and then we are going to wrap, guys, so hopefully.
Just two quick comments, because we need to be like accurate, I think, in our presentation of information. And, you know, the mask mandate could go away in 2 weeks if our numbers go down. It doesn't need to be based on, you know, the public. I mean, it's based on the public's behavior. It doesn't have to be based on the public's input or comment, right? So
Well, that-
like we have that power in our hands as a community, if that's
Yeah,
what people
but
want.
it's my understanding it has to be, it has to be 50 per 100,000, the numbers, for, I thought it was a consecutive 21 days, so we need to clarify that. That's by the
Yeah,
standard.
and it can go down.
And we're expecting to hear from that from Jordana. So yeah,
I mean,
thank you. They're all good points.
And I'll just, you know, Greg, people are going to be heard, you know, so I think more opportunities, the better, because I know folks are going to go to city council and they're going to state their piece there. They could probably come to our open comment tomorrow and state their piece tomorrow. So but they're not, that's the way to circumvent really getting to the people they want to talk to, which is the Board of Health, right? So if there's opportunities, I think sooner than later, then I would support that. So thank you for considering it.
Yeah,
I
thank
agree with
you.
that. Yeah, and I agree, Kelly. I think that'll probably happen. Can't say for sure, but I would not be surprised if we don't have a Board of Health meeting between now and March. That would make sense. And I think the board is open to that. So any other brief comments? We have open discussion coming this afternoon. At 1 o'clock, we have a presentation by the State Demographer's Office, which I think will be very interesting. And then just so everybody heads up again, if we don't kind of try and stay on track, at 4 o'clock, we'll be starting our joint meeting with P&Z, and we might not get a break. I will have to switch over computer systems to get on exec session. So we'll see what happens. So is there anything else before I close for lunch? Okay. Then we're going to have lunch, and I'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Great. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Today is Tuesday, January 25th. This is a Board of Commissioners work session continuation. It's 1 o'clock. And Mr. Peacock, we don't have Kara or the presenter here. I just sent Kara an email. Oh, there's Nancy. Nancy must be from the state demographers. Oh, there they are. Everybody's here. I know if I said it. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I think we're just going to need a minute to get set up, Patty. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. The floor is yours, Kara. And John, whenever you want to get started, we're good to go.
Kara, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Kara Silvernagle with the County Manager Office. And I'm very excited as to follow up from some of the BOCC retreat prep. We have Nancy Gideon here from the State Demographer's Office who is going to give us a presentation on all things demographer office. I think there's quite a variety. So Nancy, I'm just going to hand it over to you if you want to introduce yourself and go through the presentation.
Okay, hi. My name's Nancy. I'm with the State Demography Office. Elizabeth Garner sends her regards, but she had 2 other presentations today, so I'm her understudy, but I think I will be able to give you some good information today. So I am going to get my presentation going. Just to note, how much time do I have so I can watch the clock?
Kara, I think we have her down for 45 minutes, correct?
Yes, 45 minutes. And Nancy, that includes time for discussion. So maybe everyone is.
And I will try and keep the board in control here.
Okay. All right, let me play and start share screen. Screen 2. Okay, do I have confirmation that you can see my screen?
Yes,
right.
I can see it. And will you be sending this deck to us as well?
Oh, of course, yes.
Great,
yes.
thanks.
As soon as it's done, I will send that off to you. So you will have all this information. So yes, you don't need to be scribbling down crazy notes or anything because you will get this when I'm done. So today we're going to talk about census. And I know that's been a concern for some groups in Pitkin County. We're going to talk a little bit about jobs too, because jobs influence population. And we'll have time for questions. So let's get going. There, okay. So the 2020 census was sort of a big deal and it was all over the news and for good reason. Now, the only data we have received from the 2020 census thus far has been for the purpose of redistricting. There's still much more that the Census Bureau is processing that will come out sometime this year. But for now, we really only have a limited amount of data, and that is total population, the population 18 years and over, again, because this is regarding redistricting and voting, so the 18 years and over, and then by default, we have 17 and under. We have some race and ethnicity data. We have the group quarter population, and we have housing units, the number of housing units occupied and vacant. And we have all this data down to the block level. So that's the smallest unit of geography in the census world. And all data that is already available is on our website in, we hope, easily digestible forms, everything from spreadsheets and tables to actual raw data files. Now, one thing we have done is what we call the intercensals. We use the decennial census in 2000, 2010, 2020 as the base for our estimates. And when we do our estimates, our last one was in 2019, we are waiting to see what the 2020 numbers are. And we're never 100% right on top of where those numbers are. So we do this, it's a lot of math, called intercensals, where we're smoothing out the difference between what was 2010 and where all our estimates were in between to the 2020 number. So we spent a lot of time doing that. In addition, what we've been doing since this data release in August is evaluating it. How is it? Is it what we expected? Does it look right? We'll talk a little bit about this here. So we want to know, and we have been working on, where our population estimates were over and under compared to where the census numbers came in. Now, we've got good data on housing units and group quarters. Housing units especially, because housing units are not subject to differential privacy. And maybe you've heard this term differential privacy over the past 2 or 3 years, but it's an advanced statistical method used to insert noise into the data in order to maintain confidentiality of the respondents. And the privacy of respondents is a big deal in the census. It's under Title 13 that you can't be able to identify a person. And given the increase in big data and computing power, they discovered somebody could figure out who individual respondents are. So to alleviate that, they've put this differential privacy, this noise. The problem is it can be distorting, especially at smaller geographies, smaller areas, especially places under 500. But we've been told that housing units is not subject to that. So the housing unit data we have gotten from the 2020 census is, so to speak, untampered with. So we're using that as a way to evaluate the accuracy. So the next steps with the census data, there is one way that jurisdictions can question their census results. The program is called Count Question Resolution, and it began now this month, but it runs for a year and a half because this can be kind of technical, tricky information to deal with. The only thing that jurisdictions are allowed to contest, so to speak, are boundaries and location of housing units, whether some housing units were missing or whether they were on the wrong side of a boundary line, things like that. We cannot contest whether or not we think there was an undercount among a special population or a certain group of people. That's something the Census Bureau as a whole deals with. But local jurisdictions and Pitkin County and all your municipalities should have received letters of invitation from the Census Bureau about participating in this program. And for the Demography Office, we want to know. So please let us know if you're interested in doing that. And there are some ways we can help, but I am the contact for that. So that's why my name's on here. So with all that being said, what were the census results? And again, because these things came out in August, you've probably heard and seen a lot of it. But overall, in the US over the decade from 2010 to 2020 grew at 7.4%, which was the second slowest growth rate on record. Now, granted, that was a 22.7 additional people in the country over that time. Now, Colorado grew faster at 14.8%, gaining about 744,000 additional people over that decade. In terms of that percentage change, we were the 6th highest state. And in that absolute number, we were 9th. And as you know, because of that gain, we gained an additional seat in Congress. We now have 8 seats. Showing this change decade by decade is on this chart. And this is for the state as a whole. Now, what you'll notice is that 744,000 people that we gained from 2010 to 2020 was that almost 15% increase. The decade prior, in the 2000s, we gained almost that same number. It was about 725,000. The growth rate was higher, almost 17%. But basically, decade over decade, we gained about the same number of people. Now you'll see the 90s was the huge growth decade in Colorado. The 80s, not so much. The 70s were also a big growth decade in the state. Now for Pitkin County has an interesting history where its population was much higher in the late 1800s and low in the 1940s and 50s, but then took off again in the 1970s, 80s, and so on. Now this again is the absolute change. No, this is your total population. This is not what you gained in the decade, like the previous slide. This previous slide was, this is the number of people, additional people in Colorado each decade. For Pitkin County, this is your total population. Now, as you're aware, between the 2010 census and 2020, your population did not gain very much. In fact, that was about a 1% change, 1.2% actually. Whereas previously, from the 1970s onward, you've been having huge growth rates, 160% growth rate, 67%. but it has been declining gradually, decade over decade, but definitely saw one of your lowest growth rates ever in this past decade. Now, with this 744,000 additional people in the state of Colorado, it was really quite concentrated. This is showing all the counties, all 64 counties along the bottom line here. And the amount of gain in population they had are these blue bars. So you see, there was about 10 or 12 counties that gained the bulk of that population. Denver, El Paso, Arapahoe, Adams, Weld, Douglas, Larimer, Jefferson, Boulder, and Broomfield. And you'll note those are all on the Front Range, either Metro Denver or the Colorado Springs area. That's where the bulk of the population change in the state occurred. All the other counties didn't have a whole lot of change. Now some lost. There's about 17 counties that lost population, but again, very, very small amounts. Now Pitkin sort of falls in the middle here. This green arrow is showing where it is. Gained about 200 some people, that 1% growth rate. So you're very average in a way that lots of counties in this state were in this same situation. And here is a map view of that. Again, all the red, orange, and yellow counties gained population, and the highest gainers were, again, along the Front Range, from Weld with Greeley and Fort Collins and Larimer down through Colorado Springs. The mountain counties mostly gained, but all these blue or dark blue counties lost population. But again, relatively small amounts. So this is one of these that you're gonna wanna look at later. Don't try to copy all this down. Don't even try to read it all now. But I've put together some census charts with some of your neighboring counties. So I went with Lake to your east, Route because it's another resort county, resort community, Summit as well, but then Eagle and Garfield, because I know those are along the Roaring Fork Valley, and I want to say they're your trading partners. So we've got this table, you'll see it in future slides with different characteristics. So this is just overall population. And the one thing to point out is that yes, among these counties, Pitkin had the lowest growth rate at that 1.2%, gaining about 200 some people. Now, among your municipalities, the lower part here, Aspen, the bit of basalt that is in Pitkin, Snowmass, and the unincorporated parts, they all had different growth rates. Basalt was the fastest growing in terms of percent, but in absolute numbers, Aspen gained the most number of people. Unincorporated shows that it lost about 8% of the population. So when we're looking at population, especially in between censuses, we're looking at these components of change. We can count births, deaths, and net migration. Now, statewide, Colorado births, this blue line, has been fairly stable. There was some increase, a little bit of increase up till about 2007, but it's been sort of decreasing since then. Deaths, on the other hand, have steadily increased. That's this orange line. And that's just a natural function of our population getting older. Migration, though, the number of people moving in or out of the state, fluctuates greatly. And this last year, from 2019 to 2020, which was the start of the pandemic, we had some of our lowest numbers of net migrants, lowest since about 2005 or so. Deaths also ticked up a bit that year, again, because of the pandemic. Looking at this same concept for Pitkin, we see similar things where your births are pretty steady, your deaths are pretty steady, and it's that migration that changes greatly. So looking at the past decade, so from 2010 to 2020, which would mirror when the decennial census was, from our records, we get records, birth records, counts from the Department of Public Health and Environment. And the data from there was 1,408 births in Pitkin County, 563 deaths. And then through census data and other sources, we've found that there was a net out migration of about 638 people. And when you add these all up, that comes up to about that 200 net change over the decade. So that natural increase is the difference between births and deaths. And Pitkin had a positive natural increase, more births than deaths. So on this map of this Colorado, everything in the yellow, orange, and red shades gained due to natural increase. And Pitkin was one of those, along with most of these other neighboring counties. But in terms of net migration, Pitkin, Lake, Eagle had net out migrants, where some of your neighbors like Garfield and Summit had net in migration. Part of this is just to show that each county in the state has different things going on. Some counties are growing through net migration, some are through natural increase. Race and ethnicity is one of those other characteristics that came out in the census data. And there was a lot of news about increases in the non-white population, and especially increases in the 2 or more races. Now, race and ethnicity is something that people self-identify, and nobody is going to double check to see whether you did it one way or another. People can change their responses from one decade to the next. And what was also different about this 2020 census is that the question was worded a little bit differently and the responses were tallied a little bit differently. All this being said is that we want to be careful when you do comparisons between 2010 and 2020. The questions weren't 100% the same, but also noting that people can respond differently, especially with this 2 or more races, that someone who might have, for whatever reason, identified as one race a decade ago might be more conscious of this, and this decade decided to say, well, actually, my mom is this, my dad is this, I am 2 or more. So we did see larger increases there. But in terms of overall population, again, this is the same counties that are in all the charts. So Pitkin's at the top, and Pitkin is about 83% white alone, white non-Hispanic, that is. Now compared to Eagle and Garfield are about 65 or 63% white alone, and they have a much larger Hispanic population. Same with Lake County. Lake County has a higher Hispanic population, but Routt, again, the other resort type county, is more similar to Pitkin with a higher white population and fewer people of color. Now, statewide, in Colorado, the statewide average of people who are white alone, who are not Hispanic or Latino, is about 65%, with about 22% are Hispanic, Latino, and other people of color or 2 or more races making up the difference. Again, age was the other characteristic that we were able to get out of this information. And for Colorado, and nationwide, what we're seeing is that there's not a lot of growth in that under 18 population, the kids. So Colorado statewide, we grew at 14.8%, but the number under the age of 18 only grew 3%. The bulk of the change in our population was in the people 18 and over, and that was an 18.6% increase. And this is pretty standard in all the counties. In fact, some of the counties that we're tracking here, yours included, had a net decrease in the number of kids. Pitkin with a 4.1 decrease in the number of people under the age of 18 over the decade. Same with Lake and Routt. Summit did gain some kids, as did Garfield, but Eagle did not. Now, Pitkin has always been an older county that over the past 20 years, Pitkin has had a lower percentage of people in that 18 and under, or the under 18 population. Statewide, in the year 2000, 20 years ago, over 25% of the population of the state was under 18. And that statewide has been decreasing from about 26 to 24 to about 22 now. Pitkin that whole time has had much fewer children, running about 16 or 17% that whole 20-year period. Other counties within this area, the ones that we're tracking here, your neighbors, have had varying rates. Summit is also one that has a much lower percentage of children, of people under the age of 18. What we're really waiting for, though, is the population 65 and over. And again, that's not even available yet, as with other age groups. This is the only age group that we have yet from the census data. So let me just pause for a note on the population estimates compared to the decennial census. Now, I mentioned earlier that when we do our population estimates here at the State Demography Office, we start with the census as our base. And every year we add births, subtract deaths, add in the migrants, subtract out those who leave to come up with a new population. And we do that for all the counties in the state. And for the municipalities and unincorporated areas in the state, we take the county level population and distribute it out by housing units. But each year, we sometimes get better data. We might get revisions from Department of Health about number of birth certificates or death certificates. Also on that migration, that's the one that tends to change a bit, that when better data comes out, we might have to make some revisions. But every year, we are taking this data and we're coming up with a population. And yes, we were not exactly on for Pitkin County. These two little charts down here, the blue line is showing what our estimates were for the 2019 series. So it's before the census data came out. This is how we were estimating it. And we had Pitkin at about 17,800. But when the census data came out and it was lower, we did that intercensus process where we sort of smoothed it out based on the trends to come to the new base for the 2020, that census. So the orange line is sort of the revisions to the estimates based on the 2020 census. Now on the left, the scale of the chart is low or is smaller so that you can see that difference. But on the right, it's the same data, same chart, just the scale goes down to 0. So we're fairly close. But yes, it can be shocking or just unexpected when the actual census comes out and it doesn't match your expectations. I can pause quickly if anyone has any questions or wants to talk about any of these things here.
Kelly, did you have a question?
Otherwise,
I do. I'm just curious how you might dive into that over 65 question a little more deep.
we will when the Census Bureau is still processing that. It will come out, in fact, single year of age. We will have data on every single year of age when the Census Bureau gets it, when it comes out. In our own office, we do have forecasts and estimates for that, but we're waiting for the Census Bureau to process the data sometime this year where we'll get the 65 and over.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that over.
Oh, yeah.
If we're
Yes.
reaching what our kind of silver tsunami looks like.
Exactly. Yes, we are waiting patiently. So yes, we'll definitely have some reports or information on that when we get it. Yes, anyone else?
I see.
Greg.
Greg, Steve had his hand up first. Let's go.
Okay.
And then I'll let Greg jump in. Thank you, Greg.
Well, Greg had his hand up first, but I'll go ahead. To me, the big elephant in the room is that there were entire blocks of neighborhoods in Pitkin County that did not get counted during the census, and we filed whatever protest to review that data. And I don't know what the status of this, but that would be my question. What is the status of our appeal on that? I think some of the, I mean, I look at all the figures you gave on Pitkin County with, you know, not believing them that they're very accurate, because when you know that a whole neighborhood was not counted, that they said there were 0 people living there, and all the people are still living there who were living there 10 years ago, basically, then that in my mind just throws all the figures for our county into disarray, and I don't know what to believe or not believe.
Well, the count question resolution is not necessarily through us at the State Demography Office. So actually, if you have submitted that, we would love to see it so that we can be on board with that too. Because that is the #1 way to, especially if you know there were housing units that were missed and things like that. So we do encourage you to do that and let us know, because we want to be able to follow that, because we can make adjustments. If we have the proof, if we know that there has been neighborhoods missed or anything like that, we in our own office can adjust, even if the Census Bureau may or may not.
Okay, Nancy,
But
and
it's,
yeah, that's something we should follow up on, because I'm sure you know Mick Ireland, he has been looking into it in great depth, and so maybe that's a question we need to ask him, what we can do to assist. Okay.
yeah, from what I've read, it sounds like your county is very much on top of this, and I may actually want to talk to you so that we can help other counties to see how you've been working through this to figure out where things were. So yes, I definitely want to get in touch with whoever's working on this.
Great. Now, Greg, I see your hand up. Kara, did you want to respond to that, or can I let Greg go?
I'll just respond real quickly that through this, we know Nancy's our connection, and we're working closely with Ben Anderson at the city, and are going to share some of the results with Nancy later on. This is first priority, so we're working together on it.
Great, great. Thanks, Kara, for the update. Okay, Greg.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nancy. This is great. I'm sure we've missed some neighborhoods. I'm skeptical it's going to make a huge difference, but it's certainly something that needs to be figured out. That's my own bias. But the other thing that I think is super important is in the last 3 decades, or even 4, if you go back and look at our population growth and what's happened, it's about mobility. The growth of our neighboring counties and the mobility of workforce from those other counties into our community. If you ask anybody in Aspen today or in our valley, they're all going to say, oh my God, it's so much worse than it was just a few years ago in terms of people. And we have our, daily population feet on the ground before the pandemic, I think was 3 times our population, 54,000 in high season, 34 in low season are the numbers I heard from Gabe Preston. And then I keep repeating, hopefully those will be updated after we get the COVID, all the second homeowners who came to stay. We'll see how that changes. So I think it's a mobility question. So I really hope to compare this information with the mobility data and the census data from our surrounding counties, because I think that has a greater perceived impact or impact on our community and our infrastructure and our resources than this would reflect. And I just wonder if that's part of the mix here going forward.
I do have some information on mobility, especially as it relates to employment and jobs, and I will get with that. But yes, definitely that your community is one where you definitely have way more people in your county day after day than is ever going to be counted, because they're not permanent residents, they're visitors. And yes, that gives such a different perspective to what you see and feel every day on the ground compared to these numbers. And it is sort of a disconnect. And I know that you've had other types of indicators that show just the mass of people who are there day to day that is not reflected in census numbers. So yes, and we'll talk a little bit about that further on.
Okay, I think we're good to move forward.
Okay,
Thanks,
all right. Yes, thank you. So to start talking about migration and mobility and people, we need to talk about jobs. Now, statewide, we have noticed a trend over the decades that when there are new jobs in the state is when we tend to get new in-migrants, more people coming in. And this pattern, the blue bars being number of jobs gained over a particular 5-year period, and the red line being the number of net migrants into the state over that 5-year period, tend to kind of follow each other. Now, granted, during the Great Recession, 2009-10, we weren't gaining jobs, but we were still gaining people. And part of that having to do that the Great Recession was nationwide, that everywhere in the United States was having the same economic conditions, so that people would still perhaps move different places simply because there weren't jobs anywhere. But this is what we do at state level. This doesn't quite follow for Pitkin. But we track jobs statewide. And the one thing we've been tracking is from the last recession, and in some places that their high number of jobs was 2005 to 2009. I think in Pitkin, you had a high number of jobs in 2009. And coming back to 2019, which was the previous high in jobs, not every county in the state had regained the number of jobs they had at their pre-recession high. So from 2008, 2009, it was a high point before the recession. And some counties gained back more, mostly these ones on the Front Range in red, orange, and yellow. But some counties did not gain back. And Pitkin is actually one of those, that the number of jobs you had in 2008 or 9 is close to, but not quite as high as you had in 2019. And we'll see that here. This is your absolute number of jobs located in Pitkin County. And you'll see 2008 was your high of about 21,000 some. Then the Great Recession, it dropped. And you're gaining and gaining back to 2019, but you still hadn't gotten back to that previous high. And then the pandemic causing job losses in 2020. And I looked up, what's this blip in 2014? And it turns out that there was basically a coding error, that there were some jobs that were attributed to Pitkin that actually weren't located there. And so probably for these couple of years, we maybe had too many jobs that were tracked by the state, and then they corrected it and it was lower. So there weren't any major economic problems or issues occurring. It was a data encoding problem. But looking from your previous peak in 2008 to 2019, we can see what industries gained or lost jobs. Now, being a tourist community, you already know that accommodation and food services and arts, entertainment, and recreation are two of your largest sectors of jobs. And between that almost decade of 2008 to 2019, those industries did gain jobs, as did local government, and then some in private education, a few in health services. But where jobs were lost was construction, 715, and administrative support and waste management. Retail trade also, and information. So a net loss of about 380 jobs over that 11-year period. But you can see what type of jobs were growing and which ones were lost. So coming into 2019, the next highest peak before the pandemic, again, accommodation and food services, arts, entertainment, and recreation are the two industries with the most number of jobs, followed by local government, but then real estate and retail trade. Construction is down here, about 1,000 jobs around 2019. Now these are color coded. We've got this orange color is indicating that of these sectors, they're more low pay. The purple are mid-wage jobs of these sectors, and green is considered high-wage jobs. And construction is interesting. It is considered a high-wage job, whether that's because there's some very, very high number in there that is skewing the average, not entirely sure. But in many counties throughout the state, construction is considered to be a well-paying, I don't want to say the word quality, because that's too qualitative, but that it is typically a well-paying job. So we jump ahead. What happened between the pandemic? Well, you all know, you lived it, you saw it. The loss was in accommodation and food services and arts, entertainment, and recreation, which you know. So where you stand, well, not even now, last year, oh my God, 2 years ago, in 2020, your average number of jobs, still accommodation, food services, and arts, entertainment, and recreation were the largest sectors. Local government was still up there as well. For some reason, local government was suppressed in this chart, so I added it back in. Again, real estate and other services. Now, as you know, there's a lot of commuting that goes on, and there's an excellent database and application out there called On the Map, and it's a product of the Census Bureau and some other partnerships where they know who lives where and where they work, and who works where and where they live. So in Pitkin, you know that there's about that 20,000, 18,000 jobs. And again, this data is for 2019. So there's the jobs located in Pitkin. And according to this application, there's about 18,000. 38% of those are held by Pitkin County residents. But the other 62% are coming in from outside the county. Many from Garfield, about 23%, 16% from Eagle County residents. Apparently 7% are people who are residents of the Metro Denver counties. 8% are coming from out of state. And 9% are held by residents of other Colorado counties. Now, of the people who live in Pitkin and who work, there's about 10,000. And given that your total full-time population is about 17,000, that's actually quite high. 69% of the people who live in Pitkin do work in Pitkin. Smaller percentages go to Eagle and Garfield. 10% supposedly work in the Metro Denver counties, and 9% work in every other county. But you see this churn. You know from your streets, from your roads, from your highways, people are coming in and people are going out. But this data showing that there's about 7,000 people who live and work in Pitkin. Over 11,000 would be coming in, and about 3,000 who live in Pitkin work someplace outside. So when we talk about jobs, those are people. So then we need to talk about, well, where do these people live? What's the housing situation? Should I take this question now, Greg, or?
Can just be,
Go ahead,
this is
Greg.
a 2019 data, correct?
Correct.
That's okay. So really, this may change. I don't know if it'll change significantly after or through the pandemic.
Right.
The way the nature of work and telecommuting is changing things. Anything you can tell us about that?
We're definitely watching it, and we would love to know when the data comes out. There's typically a 2 or 3 year time lag on this, but yes, definitely. Because of the pandemic, because working from home, remote working has become so feasible now, or so well accepted, how is this going to change things? Will Pitkin see an increase in people working remotely? Will they be permanent full-time residents? Will they be counted there? Or are they going to be part-time residents and not be counted there? It's going to be tricky, but we know there's lots of communities that are waiting to see, and because they're experiencing it now, to see whether what they're experiencing is going to play out in the data. Kelly?
Just quickly, can this data tell you how people are moving?
Like mode of transportation?
Mm-hmm.
No, this one actually doesn't, because it's basically using addresses of jobs and addresses of their home. So we don't know exactly how they're doing that.
Okay.
Okay, I will continue. So housing, let's see. Okay, so I've got about 5 minutes. So
You're doing great, Nancy.
housing. So overall, from the census, okay, less housing was built in the 2010s, in the 2010 to 2020, than was in the previous decade. But remember, the state of Colorado gained almost the same number of people in the 2000s as in the 2010s, but there was less new housing built. That's going to be a problem. Here are all the housing counts for the same counties coming exactly from the census. And again, housing units not being one of the variables that is subject to differential privacy. So these should be real numbers. Now, granted, if you've got count question resolution issues going on and think some housing units were missed, that could play in here. There's another interesting phenomenon that we noticed as well, where the change between 2010 and 2020 was not quite as big as we expected it to be. And this whole convoluted thing where we're wondering if back in 2010, sort of the definition of a house or a dwelling unit, a housing unit that would have been counted, was maybe less strict, and that if it was a building that maybe nobody would ever want to live in, it was still counted as a housing unit. We're wondering this because there were some very high vacancy rates in 2010. And we're wondering if between 2010 and 2020, there was just some housing units that sort of fell off the rolls because they were no longer habitable. So we've got some issues going on with housing unit data, and I can talk further about that offline if you're interested. But given it's a fact, though, that fewer houses were permitted and built in most places in the United States, but in Pitkin County as well, comparing 2000 to 2010 to 2010 to 2020. This is data on building permits issued for new residential structures. And yes, in the year 2000, 270 building permits were issued. Then the Great Recession, so very few. So there were fewer housing units built in this decade than last. Age, another big thing, because age affects everything. It affects where you live, it affects whether you work, it affects what you spend your money on. In Colorado, currently in 2020, our largest age group are those who are between the age of about 25 to 40, which also corresponds to the millennial generation. And that's not unusual. The one thing we are noticing, though, is that birth rates have been slowing down, not just in Colorado, but in the United States as a whole, so that there are fewer children. So this is showing from babies on the left to people 90 years and over on the right. So this is each single year of age. So everybody that we're talking to today is somewhere on this graph. I'm about right here. Everybody's on this graph. So babies on the left, and you'll see that there's just been fewer. That the most number of people in any age group in Colorado are basically these 29 or 30 year olds. In terms of births in Colorado, the most number of births that had ever occurred in any single year was in 2007. So those kids are now about 14. So right around here. And that was peak number of births. There have been fewer babies born each year since then. So we're seeing this decline here. So in Pitkin, we already discussed, you have fewer children, and you know that. You have a peak of people in their late 20s, but you also do have a much larger, in terms of shares, percentages, of people sort of in these older age groups. The purple being the baby boomers, those born between 1946 to 64. And probably from the migration and the population growth in Pitkin in the 70s, that could represent some of those people who are just aging in place. Now, over time in Colorado, we are expecting more growth in these older age groups. So from 2020 to 2030, these gray bars, we're expecting an increase in that 25 to 44, but also a big increase again in the 65 and over. From 2010 to 2020, we definitely had a big increase in the 65 and over. Compared to these kids, under 17, hardly any change year over year. For the college age, 18 to 24, young adults, some increase, but definitely the big absolute change in the 65 and over, and then in this 25 and 44. For Pitkin, it looks slightly different. You had your big increase in 65 and over in this past decade. We're not expecting quite as big an increase going forward to 2030. But Pitkin, we are expecting a larger increase in your 25 to 44 year olds. So from the orange bar to the gray bar, an increase in that age group. But your 45 to 64 year olds, that's been declining. So migration, so we've got births, deaths, and migration. There have been changes to migration because of the pandemic, obviously. International migration being one of the biggest. And I was talking with a colleague wondering how much of J1 visa workers come to Pitkin County to work in some of the resort areas, and because that number fell dramatically. We're going to be following the questions about working from anywhere. Who's going to be a full-time resident? Will people start just living nowhere the majority of the time? Oh goodness, how would we count them then? But there's lots of questions that have come up because of the pandemic, and we are following them. Things that didn't change though, the migrants to Colorado tend to be younger, in their 20s and 30s. It's driven by job growth, and we typically get people from more people from states that happen to be larger, California, Texas, New York. Going forward, we expect Colorado's population to increase less than 2 million over the next 30 years. And when I looked at Pitkin in particular, it's a relatively small increase, just very small actually. Some counties, again, will continue to lose population over the next 30 years. So population growth is slowing. It's happening, but it's slowing. Migration and mobility are things we're always tracking, but a lot of the growth in Colorado has occurred on the Front Range. And we're always keeping an eye on aging because aging affects everything. How old someone is affects their life. And the ethnic and racial diversity of the state is increasing. And of course, with the forecast, we don't know what's really going to happen. In Colorado, there's issues with water, housing stock, housing supply, housing prices. How is that going to affect Colorado's population, international migration, and of course, the pandemic. So that's a very fast run through. You'll get all these slides, and you can always, please, feel free to contact me or any of my colleagues if you have any questions. We are here to help and to educate and to provide data to everyone in the state of Colorado.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nancy, I love the presentations that you guys do. They're so informative, and you also do them in a manner that we can understand, which I really appreciate. So the board,
good,
I'm going to turn it back to the board to see if there's any questions. Francie?
Yeah, I just have a comment. Thank you so much, Nancy. That was so interesting, and your presentation style is really great. Very easy to follow, and your voice modulates enough that we don't fall asleep. It was great. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I like to think if I'm excited and interested in it, I will make you excited and interested in it. So
That's true.
okay.
Well, and
Thank
I
you.
think, Nancy, in this next year, we're going to be in greater and greater contact with your office because of the issues we have going on here in Pitkin County and the fact that we are trying to keep up on the numbers that change around the state. So Kelly, did you have
yes,
anything to say, or are we're about at time, but we've got Nancy here. She's our captive audience, and I don't want to let her go just yet.
Yeah, that's okay. I had some more detailed questions related to wages by sectors over time.
Yeah.
That I'd like to understand a little more, but I can send those along offline.
Great.
Yeah, and that'd be great. And then I can spend more time and more detail on that with you. Yeah.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, Nancy, thank you again. Also, this is great. I'm just wondering, as we see the digital nomads, as they're called, you mentioned that a population that might be really transient and working from anywhere. And I'm wondering, do you have the ability to track things like cell phone data or login, computer, website access data, things like that might actually help track people wherever they happen to be? That seems like that would be a useful tool if you can gain access to it.
Yeah, we have looked into it. Being a state agency and having to pay for data sources, we have to work through budgets and all that type of stuff. It is interesting because it's not a phenomenon that every county in the state of Colorado is experiencing. That Metro Denver is different than the Eastern Plains versus other places that maybe aren't even growing that much. But definitely for areas that attract a lot of tourists, knowing how many people are on the ground, who's your daytime population, things like that is very important. And we can definitely talk about it and find out from my colleagues and management what sort of resources and how that would fit in with our overall population forecasting.
Yeah,
Great. I thank you for that. I think one other thing to track is broadband access. As we see ubiquitous broadband from the new satellite, systems that are being put up, it may be possible to work in far-flung places that you'd never have been able to hold a job from before if you're working online. And I just wonder if that's going to be changed, and I'd love to be able to track that.
Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah.
I think that information would be interesting, but we have to be careful about Big Brother is watching you, especially in this community. So there's some people that don't like to be tracked and some people who do. So, but any other questions for Nancy? Kara, did you want to jump in with anything?
Just a thank you to Nancy and to the State Demographer Office for coming to and making a presentation and tailoring it to some of the feedback. So please share additional questions, and Nancy and I will become best friends this year. Sorry, Nancy.
Great.
No.
Steve, you had a final note here, Steve?
Yeah, just one final thought. Our population many times in the county is more like 50 or 55,000 people because of the people with second homes who are non-residents here, but they might live here almost half the year. And then just the tourists who come in. So I thought it would be interesting to compare the ski resort communities. What is their population during the busy time of the years, comparing Summit and Pitkin and Routt County and San Miguel County and whatnot, because we are all impacted by this same phenomenon that the people don't get counted in the census, but they are here impacting the community and affecting our services and everything. So it's just a phenomenon that's out there that would be harder to track, but it'd be interesting if you could come up with any data and extrapolations of what we're looking at in that field. And thanks for your presentation. I always enjoy the Elizabeth Garner's presentations over the years. So this was equally as interesting and informative. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'll take that message back to Elizabeth, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay. Thanks so much, Nancy. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
board, we are going to move on to future agendas. John, do you have anything?
Yeah, just a note that we are working, Patty, I think this was your request to get Perry Will scheduled on a future agenda. So we'll get that added once we figure out his calendar. But otherwise, I don't have any future agendas.
Okay, does the board have any comments on future agendas? I'll just let the board know that we're going to be scheduling. For some reason, the executive session time got slipped off of our work session time. So Charlotte and John Ely and I are looking at that. And there's a couple of items we'll be adding. One of them, Greg, is the RUAPA IGA. That'll be coming forward to us possibly next week or 2 weeks for first and second reading. That'll be coming up on that. Okay. Seeing nothing else here, I'm going to move us to board open discussion. Mr. Peacock.
Yeah, and I did not prepare a full update on COVID, but I just wanted to share a data shot just real quick here. So I don't know how to blow this up. I'm sorry. Are you able to see this?
Not really.
No.
Not too well, anyway.
Okay.
I can, on my iPad, I can zoom in just by, pinching out. So I can make it a full screen on my end.
Is that getting any better for you?
Yeah, that's better.
What's that?
Nancy, is that working for you?
Well, I can make this full, let me do my view. No, that's full view. Okay. Do my best. Oh, that's better.
Okay. Figuring out all our technical issues today. Just wanted to point out, this is our historic curve. And so last year about this time, we're coming off of a major surge. And then, as you get into March, you see another and then a drop. And of course, this year, the only thing that seemed to travel around the world quicker than Santa Claus was the Omicron variant. And it came to us really quick. And you can see this spike that we had in our 7-day case counts, which at their peak were the highest in the nation. And we do seem to be really on the significant downward trend of this latest surge, which is good news. It does look a little bit in our data like, we'll be watching here to see if we're plateauing or not. But even with this significant drop, we're sitting at about 5 times the incidence rate that CDC says is high transmission. And so our positivity rate still remains very high at 21%, indicating still a high level of community spread. The good news has been is, you know, as we talked about earlier, the previous, I think, update is that from a hospitalization perspective, this wave of Omicron, as significant as the incidence rates have been, hospitalizations have been lower. The hospitalization rate with Omicron is about 0.33%. Compared to about 2.47% that we experienced with Delta. And so the hospital capacity has been more tied to, during this most recent surge, just being able to staff beds. And so hospital capacity last week did move from red back to yellow, as the hospital, I think, is seeing the same kind of curve amongst staff that is allowing them to get more of their workforce back more reliably. So, you know, that 0.33% hospitalization rate with Omicron, you know, is being credited to, you know, obviously a difference in the virus, but also our high vaccination rates. We're about 99% of our population with the first dose, 80% fully. I do not have our boosted information, although we could probably dig it out here, as well as the masking, which has shown some evidence of reducing initial viral load and incidence of serious illness. We, I believe, continue to have the lowest death rate amongst the 25 healthiest counties in the nation too. So we've been managing that most severe illness well. It has not been without its challenges, as I think y'all were discussing a little earlier, with the challenges with masking and inconsistencies in adherence and practice, and some of the challenges between populations. And so that will be a conversation going forward. I did want to address, I do think that the changing of the masks will require Board of Health, because Board of Health did adopt the mitigation standards that we're using right now, which ties masking to incidence rates, and then any capacity limits really to hospitalization. Greg, you're not incorrect in that the health director does have the ability to implement mitigation measures and such, but where the board has established, I think the board would need to change. Jordana could go more strict. I don't think she could loosen up from the board's minimums.
Thanks for that clarification, John. So it looks like we're probably going to have to schedule a special meeting, or hopefully we'll be able to schedule a special meeting as we see and hope that we see a drop in the incidence rate. So good to know. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if the past is precursor at all, we'll have another increase. When you see increases in activity, right? We know March, around spring break and President's Day, we're going to see another bump in activity. That's usually accompanied with another bump in incidence. So we'll be watching that too.
If I could ask John, when are we going to be able to see the results of after X Games and Gay Ski Week, and this busy big weekend we've had?
Yeah, so with Delta and previous variants, it's been about a 2-week cycle. With Omicron, it has been shorter. So if If Omicron is the predominant variant, then we'd expect to be seeing it in the next 5 to 7 days. If it's Delta or others, it still could be 2 weeks before we see it. But clearly Omicron has probably had a bigger impact on us.
Kelly?
Yeah, I just want to I want to just chat a little bit about this because there's groups of parents out there who I think that we're going to hear from, and I know public health will probably hear from first, and there's a group planning to go to city council tonight. I don't know if they'll come to our BOCC public comment tomorrow. And I realized in our last conversation, I didn't really give some context of like where I think the frustration is bubbling up from right now. And I want to take a moment to kind of explain and then give my point of view on it. So, what recently has sparked, I think, some aggravation is that there was a change in guidance from public health to preschool providers on how to deal with exposure. That changed from what was put out in October. So schools were following a certain algorithm from October until beginning of January that dealt with quarantine and exposure differently, and I think in a more relaxed fashion. So it didn't necessarily consider a exposure in a classroom at the pre-K level to be a close contact if they were all being masked. And the understanding was that universal masking included a recognition that children don't always mask, correctly, even though they're doing the best they can. They take them off during snacks and lunch, etc. And so children were not being quarantined quite as much from the fall over the holidays. And, some programs were closed over the holidays, and so that sort of spared that need. And then post-holiday guidance came where now public health is saying that a close exposure should be considered in the classroom and that children would have to quarantine for 5 days with an additional 5 days if the classroom was not able to isolate that child during snacks and lunch when they couldn't have their masks up. So really a pretty significant functional change in how the programs are being asked to deal with kids and with how families were being asked to deal with the pandemic and exposures and how their kids were being regarded as being, close contact exposures or not. So I've had a whole slew of frustrated emails from parents and conversations with parents. And I can completely relate. I mean, for me, the pandemic has become sort of absurd and untenable as a parent at this point. Like the last 2 weeks of quarantine felt harder than a whole year of schooling my children at home for some reason. And I know that that's just like the piling on of everything, right? And so I'm super sympathetic to this feeling in the community among parents of holy cow, how much more of this are we being asked to endure while everyone else in the community can go out and move freely in their lives because they're vaccinated, et cetera. And while I also, I'm right there with everybody in the frustration. I'm looking to public health for good guidance and keeping our kids safe who are under 5 and not vaccinated, and just imploring and praying to the universe to get vaccines for kids under 5 approved here super quickly, which doesn't look promising these days. But so I just wanted to share some of that context, share some of the reasons why I came to you as a board to ask for some financial relief for families who are now being asked. We went through the worst of the outbreak over the holidays with more relaxed measures, and now we're coming back into a school setting, a period where our numbers are going down, and we're being asked to have more, restrictions to prevent the spread. So there is a little bit of, I think, explanation that would be helpful from public health to understand why, as the numbers are coming down, our kids' restrictions are going up, which I'm confident there's a good reason behind that, but it just is not clear, because then I also go and read in the paper that we're hearing, from our own public health team that transmission isn't being shown to be happening in schools. So there's just some real tension, I think, between what is happening in our preschool age community and what we're hearing from public health, and we're not syncing it up. So, I'd like that to, you know, if nothing else, like, let's communicate what's going on there and what the rationale is, to understand it better. I will say, I know there's been good progress made, because initially, you know, 3 weeks ago, there was no accommodation for kids in preschool who are vaccinated or who were ill with COVID within 90 days, that the rest of the population gets some accommodation for. And I know programs are figuring out how to make those accommodations now with guidance from public health. So that will at least help a subset of the preschool age families. But you know, this is where the tension's coming from. This is where the confusion's coming from. You know, I think it's going to blow up this week. You're going to see comments in your inboxes today about it, and I know you will. And so I wanted to just provide some of that on the ground input, and also just continue, like, if there's some relief we can give families who now have to take time off work, who now are not getting the child care tax credit, like, can we do that? Can we make it easy? You know, the feedback I've gotten is parents pay for preschool at the beginning of the month, so they're out that month. So the programs don't need that money, the parents need that money, right? So if that's a way to sort of help streamline targeting families for some kind of relief, then I'd like us to please try and do it. So those are my thoughts. That's where I'm at.
Okay,
And I'm like,
John, do you want to comment on that relief comment? Because I know that you have been looking into that.
Well, we're talking to Human Services and trying to find the right mechanism. You know, we stood up obviously a big cash incentive program, which required it was a pretty heavy lift. And at that time we were a little lucky because we had shut down everything else, so we had a lot of employees we could reassign to that. And I don't think that's what you're talking about, Kelly, but we're still working right now to figure out how to target and come back with something. And we don't have a solution to that right now.
Okay, thank you, John. Greg,
Kelly,
yeah, go ahead.
if I could add, John and I've had conversations in the background, and Jordana as well, just regarding a response and clarification from public health, which is forthcoming. And I know we were going to get the perspective from the hospital and the medical team. And so a response and a clarification for the community is forthcoming. So stay tuned for that.
Greg, you might want to send Kelly on Dr. Tom Kurt's response to the letter that was in the paper. Andrea Bryant's letter. Do you have that you can?
Yeah, I'd appreciate, and trust me, I'm not the one I'm not advocating that we are losing masks in classrooms and removing all restrictions that protect our kids. That will not be the place that I come from. But some accommodations, when they make sense and they're being applied universally, I think makes sense, and just real clarity on why we've had such a change. You know, when we went through the worst of it under less of restrictions, and is there a way, you know, to figure out, I think, is what we're doing best, or can we go back to what we did that was a little more accommodating for families and still protect our kids?
Yeah,
and if there's not to do that, then that's fine.
And I also think it would be interesting to know why Eagle County has released their restrictions to such an extent and what they based their decision on. Because if they know something we don't know, it'd be nice to know. Okay, anything else on
Thank
COVID,
you.
John?
I just want to say how much thank you to Kelly. I really appreciate your analysis of the situation, because it wasn't quite, you know, not living it as closely as you have been and all these other parents have been. It was kind of hard to understand, you know, what really has changed here. And clearly things have. We have a note from Jordana saying, you know, they're going to be scheduling time to meet with people. And so we're going to be getting some feedback sessions, and people will have a chance to, you know, to weigh in. So I just want to make sure people understand that. And also, Kelly, you have a fresh perspective on this, and I'm very grateful for that. Thanks.
Okay, and Francie, please.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, Greg, put in my thing about the hockey players one more time, that I think it's a significant hardship for hockey players. I know that playing hockey is not like going and pulling a rickshaw through the streets of India, but it's still what they do and what they're passionate about. And it is a really harsh restriction and the only one there is. And I'm just not at all sure that it makes any sense, given that the airflow through the rinks is quite excessive, and they're not, I mean, I just think it's silly, and I think it's unnecessary, and it's picking out a very small segment of our athletes and imposing a regulation on them that I don't agree with. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you. I have discussed that with Jordana as well, and I think we'll be getting some clarification on that as well soon.
Okay, great.
So yeah, that's part of the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Craig.
Francie, I agree. I would be more for a compromise on that. Let them skate and sit on the bench. So sometimes there's two people sitting on the bench at one end or the other. But that's a discussion we'll have to see if public health is willing to hear again. All right, Kelly?
Sorry, just one more thing, an opportunity to just sort of pitch some resources, because, you'll have seen in one of the letters in our inbox that real concerns about child mental health. And, I know Kids First does have a program where I think they will cover 4 sessions with a, licensed family child therapist. And so I would encourage families who, for any reason would like that to seek that out and reach out to Kids First for that referral list.
And I think the parents of those children might also benefit from that, because there's so much going on in their lives these days that undoubtedly everybody's being hit by it. Okay, John, any other open discussion from the board? We are going to take a break here in 3 minutes. Yeah, right. Does anybody else have anything? So at 2:30, we will be going into executive session on a different link. I'm assuming we all have that. If not, Charlotte should be.
Recording in progress.
Oh, Charlotte, we're good? Yes. Okay. And then when we get done with our executive session, we will have like 5 minutes before we start our joint meeting back on this link with P&Z. All right? So I'll see you guys in 15. Or do you want to take 10 and that gives us more time to?
Do we need to vote to go into an executive session?
Oh, great. Yes, we do. That's a really good point. So I need a motion. I need a motion to go. Well, let me give you the reference. I got zapped with that electric cord that they've planted under my chair. It's executive session, personal evaluation, CRS 24-6-4024F. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Great. All right, Greg, thank you. I'll see you, and let's do 10 minutes, guys, so we can because it'll take us a while to get hooked up.
If you don't see me, it's because I'm fumbling to try to find the right links.
That's why I'm giving us an extra 5 minutes to come back.
If somebody wants to email them to me, it'd be great.
So 3 o'clock, did you say, Pat? I mean, 2:30, did you say, Patty?
2:25.
Oh, 2:25. Okay,
I
bye.
want to give us 5 minutes to get back here because sometimes it takes us a while to get hooked into the link, and I want to give us as much time for executive session as possible. Okay? See you guys then. Thank you. So my battery is continuing to go down.
Recording stopped.
All right, welcome. Today is Tuesday, January the 25th, 2022. This is a special meeting with Planning and Zoning for Pickens County and the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. We're just trying to get everybody on the link here. And Jeffrey, I appreciate your being here. I'm going to have you kind of monitor your board for comments, and I'll monitor mine. I don't get to see all of the participants at one time. So, but I think we're ready to go. Suzanne Cassie was able to get her connection. So welcome. It's really good to see all of you. It's exciting. I wish we were all in the same room. It's a lot more fun. So maybe our next joint meeting we'll be able to do that. And it's my understanding, I'm going to turn this over to, so we have two Ellens on here, by the way, Cindy. You're both. So I'm going to turn it over to Cindy. Do you want to introduce first, or do you want me to have Ellen, or?
Sure, I'm happy to jump on really quickly, and I'll try to figure out how to get my name changed there. But thank you for having us. And I think what tonight our objective is to update the board very briefly on where we are with our master plans, and then let the P&Z and the Board of County Commissioners have their discussion about their thinking about 2022 and options and ideas. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ellen. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thanks, Cindy. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. And hopefully next time it'll be in person. So yeah, I'd like to, I'm going to be very brief here. I'd like to share my screen. Give me a second. Let's see. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ellen.
So, yeah, you're welcome. So, yeah, since we last saw you and talked about master plan update, Cindy and I have been working diligently, focusing on a couple of the plan updates. The East of Aspen, Independence Pass, and Castle Creek master plans are underway. We have been working on them, both reviewing and processing them concurrently, because as you know, both planning areas have a lot in common, including the need to balance recreational use with low density residential use and backcountry rural. Thanks to Laura Armstrong, we have had I would like to say a fairly robust citizen outreach process over the last four or so months. We've had 7 virtual public outreach meetings with a pretty consistent citizen group that's been very helpful in looking at these plans and what needs to be updated to make them relevant, continue to be relevant, I should say. And so in terms of when we anticipate bringing these to you all for review, we hope to schedule a joint P&Z and BOCC work session April 5th as the first introduction of both of these plans, which we're going to bring forward concurrently to you, with a P&Z work session to follow on April 26th, just to work through more details as necessary in an informal process. And then we hope to come back on May 17th with a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission for adoption. So that's what we're looking at on those 2 plans. I think we've made a lot of good progress. I hope that the citizens we're working with agree on that, and we look forward to bringing those forward. We're also working concurrently on the Brush Creek Master Plan update. We're working with Tim Malloy, who I think everybody knows. He's a consultant that's worked with us for years and years on planning matters. And we have a draft master plan complete, and we've updated it based on some initial meetings that we had with the Brush Creek Metro District and some other interested Brush Creek citizens. As you know, we also now have a Brush Creek caucus, which has come out of this master plan update process. So they are also involved, and we are anticipating 3 meetings in February for public outreach to review the draft master plan update. And then in terms of review for adoption, we hope to bring that plan to you March 8th in a joint P&Z BOCC work session, just to bring everybody up to speed on in an informal setting to look at that plan. And then hope to bring it to the Planning and Zoning Commission for adoption in a public hearing on March 29th. So that one will be coming to you in the shorter term for review and adoption. And then what's next, what's left? We still have the Owl Creek Master Plan that we need to get out to the public. And we've already done some public outreach on that plan, but we need to do more. And then before we bring it to you. And then there's still the Pitkin Basalt Junction Master Plan. And that's one that won't be an update. That's a new master plan for an area that's not included in any of the other master plans that we have on the books right now. That requires a lot of coordination with the town of Basalt. And so that one is out there. We don't have a date for when we anticipate bringing that forward, but we know it's something that needs to be done. So that's all I've got at the moment, unless you have any specific questions about these plans or any others that are out there.
Ellen, Patty?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I might have missed it just now, but did you pull this, does the West of Maroon plan enter into this?
I assume I don't need these slides anymore, so I'll stop sharing so I can see you all. The West of Maroon Creek plan, we recognize, and Cindy might want to jump in on this, we recognize that there may need to be some amendments to that master plan. It is not as, the other plans that we've been updating were last done in 2003. That's a fairly recent plan, so it hasn't been a #1 priority. But we recognize that there are a lot of things going on in that immediate surrounding area. And so we don't have anything scheduled right now, but we know it's on the horizon. And I don't know if Cindy, if you want to jump in on that beyond what I've said or not. That's really all I've got for you, Greg. Is that?
Same. We do know it's on the horizon. We need to coordinate with a couple other plans going on in the area, and we know it's there. So we'll probably be coming back to the board, trying to find some capacity for that plan.
And as I have been saying to people lately, the master plans are evolving, living, evolving documents, just like the land use code. And whereas we like to think, yeah, we've got a plan in place for 10 years or more, inevitably, several of them will be coming in for amendments.
Great.
Anything else?
I'm not seeing any more hands up. Jeffrey, are you? I think we're... Did anybody else have comments? Questions? Concerns? Ellen, that was exactly what you said. It was very concise, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay. We look forward to working with you on these plans, and I'll turn it over back to you, Patty. Thank you.
Okay, so Cindy, are we going to move into the broader discussion now?
Yes, and I believe Jeffrey Woodruff, our chair of our P&Z, is teed up to begin this conversation with you. And thank you all for being together. Thank you, P&Z, for coming early and for all of us working together. So we hope to have a good discussion.
Okay, great. Jeffrey, the floor is yours, my friend.
Excellent. I promise to be as concise as Ellen, but I would appreciate a couple of minutes of your time. I'm joined this afternoon by Cliff, Suzanne, Zach, and Monty from Planning and Zoning. And I guess by way of introduction, I'm going to give a brief background, and then I've been serving with you since 2018, so I know most of the commissioners and most of staff, and obviously all of Planning and Zoning. I will have a brief preamble that you'll have to put up with. You'll have to put up with my quips as well. If you haven't heard me chair a meeting, there's occasionally quips. But really, I wanted to touch on 4 specific items, and those will guide sort of the presentation. And so, again, it's 5 pages, and just bear with me. So you interviewed and approached each of us to serve on the citizen board. We're designers, builders, lawyers, ski instructors, thrifts or volunteers, outdoor enthusiasts, and we're Pitkin County citizens. As per state statute, you're stuck with us. You have to have a planning and zoning commission. We're here to review your master plans and land use applications, given the population count in Pitkin County. Again, it's state statute that you get to enjoy a planning and zoning commission. We, on planning and zoning, live in the urban growth boundary and in the rural neighborhoods you represent. We try to meet every fortnight, but to be honest, the last time that this group met in person, we were shaking hands with Bobby Oxenberg. So that gives you a sense of the last time that we actually met face to face. And most importantly, you know, we love this beautiful place we live in. And everything we do is basically guided by land use code. So this presentation, you know, should come back to that as well. We review master plans for you, but we don't review open space. You know, we're here to make sure they're up to date, and hopefully that makes your jobs easier as the caucus areas, the neighborhood planning areas, continue to weigh in on matters that are relevant today, and equally important, how they see their community over the next decade, what they value. And I know, Greg, you touched on it with location and extent. It's much easier to go through that process when the master plans are there to support you in that decision-making process. And we'll touch on that today. So each of the communities represent are wrestling with issues unique to their watershed, their view corridor, and their climate. From polo fields with non-native grasses to trans-basin water diversions and minimum in-stream flows, planning and zoning's decisions, and how we look at sort of the full build out of the county have consequences in that natural environment that we love. So this presentation, I apologize, I'm not going to share a screen, is broken into the 4 C's for those of you that are taking notes. And we looked at Laura Armstrong's survey, the 501 people in the community that gave us feedback in Q4. And we basically, as a body, looked at it and said, there's 4 things or 4 buckets that we have the most direct impact on. And they include community, climate, congestion, which I'll call growth, and continuity, but it was easier to say 4 C's than 3 C's and a G. So I will touch briefly on community, climate, congestion, and continuity. So the first one is really about the community. Through the last couple of years, our open space and trails are not signed. For some reason, they seem like they're new secrets. We, again, don't touch on open space and trails management plans. Those come before you, but we do approve LDCPs, and I tried to do the whole presentation without acronyms, but limited development conservation parcels do come in front of us. But again, we see easements without plans. And so it's critical that both planning and zoning and the county commissioners see that part of community is keeping the covenants in place, keeping the caretaker dwelling units occupied by local employees, managing the restrictions we put in place with the prior owners, and teaching the new owners our community values. So that sort of kicks off with the first C. The second C that seems to be top of mind with everyone is climate change. And I call this section, Let's Stop Burning Stuff. If you'll remember back to when we started to hear some of the expansion around Aspen, there was an article, potentially remember, that was called Why Can't Rich People Save Winter? And the ski season is shrinking. And I still believe, you know, having served for the past 4 years, that we have a responsibility to this community. So on Earth Day in 2020, this elected board, the county commissioners, as well as planning and zoning, enacted some of you know, the best updates we've seen to the building code with respect to solar readiness, building orientation, renewables, storage, even landscaping. But we stopped short. We stopped short, both as county commissioners, as planning and zoning, on some of staff's recommendations around solar readiness. You know, there was stuff that we put in there as guidelines, And so as you meet over the next couple of weeks in your away days or offsite or whatever you call it, your board retreat, that's it. Let's revisit those 2020 ordinances, the Earth Day 2020 ordinances. And if we can make those tighter, now might be a good time, meaning the land use code's already written, it's removing the helping verbs and going to, more action. As a climate aside or related aside, we are the best positioned county, I think, in the Valley to help homeowners, whether it's through remodel or new build, through financial incentives. If you're a Pitkin County resident today, you're eligible for up to $30,000 or more in financial incentives, again, for both new construction as well as remodels. So I believe Pitkin County could be and should be, to use two helping verbs, sort of the leader in the Valley for financial incentives for net zero remodels, net zero new construction. And I hope, this strikes a chord. One of the topics that we'll be discussing over the course of the year is greenhouse gases versus embodied energy. And, we as planning and zoning look forward to having that conversation, and potentially we have part of that today. I do want to also take a second. I know I'll call this the Casa-Tua section. That, we need to thank Bruce Matherly, David Monk, Brian Hannigan, Leslie Lamont, who did some incredible dancing along with Adam Larner Mason, and Alan Richmond. It took 2+ years to go through both planning and zoning as well as the county commissioners. And, thank you for laying that groundwork and sort of saying, this is what we could do in Pitkin County. And again, especially to Leslie, who jumped through hoops for a couple of years to get that done. So the lesson learned out of Primergy is the board and staff and the community partners should identify the key parcels for clean energy production. I know you've wrestled the last couple of weeks in terms of affordable housing. We need to have that sort of same GIS level discussion around key parcels for solar. So it's part of, we planning and zoning wrestle between building and zoning. And I want to touch, I guess, briefly on health and climate. And I'm still in my climate section, so I'm about halfway through. We need to instruct our citizens. Part of what we heard in the community feedback was communication. If you live in Pitkin County, you live on top of decaying uranium, which will kill you. It's known as radon. Burning things will kill you. So again, sort of this clean air future, we as a county need to continue to push and work on environmental health. And so I bring sort of radon and burning things into the picture because for the folks that don't buy into climate change, which I don't think they're on this call, there's also the health aspect. It's a healthier natural environment when you're not burning stuff or or breathing in naturally decaying uranium on your property. So apologies for my digression, but I think health and climate, when I'm speaking about climate change, I think health is also critical. So the net in the sort of second C area is we need to update the 2020, the 2020 Earth Day ordinances. We need to revisit those and get rid of the shoulds and the woulds and the helping verbs and say these are required for approval in Pitkin County. This is the greenest place to build in the Roaring Fork Valley, if not the state. And, oh, by the way, here's $30,000 to help you on that way. Will this conversation you're having in your board retreat make a difference? We currently have 71 permits in the planning queue. So growth is not going away. So I implore you and planning and zoning and staff to revisit those 2020 Earth Day ordinances. New homes and remodels should be even cleaner than what we have planned. So I guess the summary of number 2 is, yes, rich people can save winter. We can start with our own backyard and our own built environment. Again, I'm happy to circle back to anything I just touched on briefly. So the third C, again, I'm halfway through. The third C is congestion or growth. And again, I know, having listened to a few county commissioner meetings and sat through 4 years of planning and zoning meetings, that the urban corridor is something we need to relook at. Look at opportunities along the highway and respect the beautiful landscape that, our neighbors are so concerned. So, we brought up Pitkin-Basalt Junction, but, for some reason between Pitkin-Basalt Junction and the airport, we've got 4 potential brownfield sites that would be wonderful mixed use developments, and we can touch on those again in further detail. I guess I want to say, what did we get insanely wrong, right? So I patted everyone in the back for solar, but I think one of the things we got insanely wrong was we were misled, if you will, by Senate Bill 35 and, just adhering to both state statute and land use code. And so probably, the worst approval in my tenure would be Aspen Valley View, which meant, a lot split along a pristine lake that then involves, outhouses and propane tanks and leach fields. And so, what can we do in terms of growth and growth strategy that that we have an even more restrictive land use code when it comes to protecting rural and remote Pitkin County? How am I doing on time and everyone's ability to...
You can keep going.
Okay, I'm halfway, and for those of you that don't like words, I'm about to go numbers. So, and I know, and I've only used one acronym, so I think we're doing okay. So, the numbers part of this conversation is with transferable development rights, with the ability to send square footage to opportunities or areas we want to receive square footage, trading at 2.1 million, we're trading at $840 to add square footage to a house. So if you have a 5,750 square foot home, for another 2.1 million, we will let you add at $840 a square foot to that house. In the urban growth boundary, I could then go from 5,750 plus 4,000 for my subgrade, which I get for free. Thank you for being in the UGB. And then for my transferable development right, I'm adding another 2,500. So we quickly have a 12,250 square foot house for what I'd argue is actually not a lot of money. And by the way, the concern at the planning side is increased traffic on Highway 82, reduced life of roadways, consuming more materials, consuming more services, and heating and cooling a very large building inside and outside. So back to the numbers. So if in the UGB we're trading, as in the real estate value is $3,000 a square foot, the transferable development rights can trade all day long at 2.1 million, because the cost of construction and the cost of additional square footage is still less than what real estate is trading at. And if you miss that, it's $1,100 roughly per square foot to develop in the UGB, and it's only $840 to add square footage. So quick math, you're at 1940, which is less than 3,000. It pencils out, you make a bigger home, because outside of land costs, you're still making roughly $1,000 a square foot, even with a $2.1 million TDR. Okay, enough with numbers. Sorry if I lost anyone. One more on numbers. Subgrade development. So take that same house, take that same 12,250 square foot house. If we take the cut from that site, right, to build that basement, it's 50 feet by 60 feet by 12 feet deep. So the quick math for those of you your HPs at your desk, that's 36,000 cubic feet of earth, of organic matter, gravel, sand, and clay. And it has to go somewhere. And that Garfield berm might be complete. So that ends up back with Kathy, and that sort of brings us to the next question, which is about diversion. And I know, again, Kathy's been in front of you recently, and, I love what she's doing. And we, both planning and zoning and the county commissioners, should explore architectural salvage. When we do remodels, when remodels take place in this county, they're not simply just redoing a kitchen. They're going back to studs in a home to keep that square footage, and then all the casework, flooring, doors, all of this stuff, and then some materials we don't know what to do with, drywall, wood with nails, it's just going to landfill. So, the question is, could a nonprofit remove the drywall nails and screws and reuse further materials and give Kathy a break and stop the continued expansion of her organization's square footage? So divert more. I'm going to skip the rest on transferable development rights, but I think, and I'll skip location and extent. We can come back to, I think Greg had a question on that in your prep meeting. And the fourth one, John Peacock and Ellen said, well, we'd really like to hear from planning and zoning. What are your thoughts over the last couple of years? So the fourth one, resonates with the fellow planning and zoning commissioners, which is enforcement. So the health and safety of our residents is critical. We've got multifamilies that are not permitted. We've got rogue demolition and construction, and that is a recipe for fire or catastrophic failure. So we can draft more policy like we talked about at the beginning, but we need commensurate enforcement. So, is that the S word, staffing? I don't know, but we need the commensurate staffing. I do want to touch on a couple more things, one of which, you're spending some time as a body to look at mobile homes. Keep in mind that the International Building Code doesn't apply to mobile homes. They're built to HUD standards, they're housing and urban development standards. So moving them closer together means that we all get to watch The Simpsons together. There's no building envelope for protection from noise and fire and all those good things. It's housing and urban development standards. So be careful. The question when you're looking at mobile home parks is first and foremost is air quality, noise levels, potable water, and treatment of waste. So on action, again, I think you touched on it in some of your prior meetings, exercise your ability to get things done. We need a little bit more action and maybe a few less working groups. We have land use code directed from 2020. We could tighten up, we could bring back for approval by planning and zoning and the county commissioners. And I'll leave you with I guess 3 or 4 quotes. So Thich Nhat Hanh passed away earlier this week. He was 95. I live down the street from the monastery, and I figured an apt way to end this session or my presentation would say, your body is your first home. Breathing in, I arrive in my body. Breathing out, I am home. Walk as if you're kissing the earth with your feet. And finally, we need enlightenment, not just individually, but collectively to save the planet. We need to awaken ourselves. So those are my 4 C's. We again aim to highlight the issues from the community survey and how planning and zoning responds to community climate, congestion, and continuity. So thank you.
Thank you. That was really well done. And I'm really impressed. So I want to know if anybody has comments they'd like to provide to what Jeffrey just said. Francie and then Greg, please.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I'd like to hear what you're going to say about TDRs.
So I had one sort of acronym section, which was both TDRs and location, transferable development rights and location extent. And I think, Cliff would probably want to weigh in on both of the above. I gave the numbers on transferable development rights because I think, we have this growth pressure. And I'm being serious when I say $840 per square foot plus $1,100 for construction is still less than $3,000 what buildings are trading at. So, they're a fantastic tool. We've done incredible protections to the backcountry. I think personally what I'd like to see us look at would be, I think it's SB 35, and Patty can correct me, but really tightening up where those land, tightening up how they're applied. And I don't have an easy quick answer for you, Francie. But could the value continue to go up? Yeah, we're not at equilibrium relative to building price. And I think that's, I'm leaving land cost off the table, but I don't have a quick fix. I mean, it's an effective program, and it's why we're Pitkin County and not Irvine, California. And I respect and admire the efforts that you are taking, that continue to move parcels into open space. I did write it, but it didn't present it, which was, part of the answer to your question is, I hope we see more families appear and say, give me a TDR. I'd like to never develop this land. We'd like to keep this place pristine and beautiful for the next couple of generations. And the issuance of that TDR makes it financially viable for me to do that. And I've had those conversations with ranchers along Highway 133, where there's a centennial ranch designation in Colorado. TDRs have allowed these ranches to stay in these families. So there's, it's still a viable mechanism for protecting and preserving and, making it financially real for the sender sites, to keep the land not as, not divided, keep it as ranch land, keep it as working, vegetable farms. So, I hope that answers partly the question.
Well, and that will be a broader discussion I'm sure we're going to have, because poor Francie, we've been telling her we're going to have it, and we really will have it, Francie, I promise. So, Greg, I think you're next on the list, and then Cliff, if you want to comment to anything Jeff said, I'll put you on the list too.
Great. I think I want to continue on that track. I was going to ask the same question. The big issues for me are TDRs. I just want to make sure we understand them fully and what the consequences are of issuing more and more and more. It's like a currency. It's pretty volatile. I'd love to know what our discretion is regarding creating more TDRs and then finding places to land them. And hopefully we'll find innovative places, ways to use a TDR. And that's the conversation I'd love. Cindy, I know, has done a lot of thinking on this. So quite honestly, I think we're going to start seeing people coming in for TDRs on parcels that I probably won't be very interested in giving TDRs for, despite the value I see along our corridors, as Jeff has just described. Sometimes really marginal things are coming along, and I expect more of that because the price is so high, it has everyone's attention. So we're going to see TDR miners going nuts here, and I'm trying to figure out how do we get ready for that. And maybe you disagree, Jeffrey, but that's my concern. And so I really appreciate this conversation. I hope we continue it.
Patty, is it okay to answer?
Yeah, please.
No, I think, as you saw, in one of I won't cite the recent application, but I share, I think we as a body share the same concerns, and we're saying, how does the land use code protect the environment? How does the land use code say it's commensurate to issue, and maybe values off the table, right? Because it's really just issuing something that has that's then going to put square footage somewhere else, right? The square footage is fixed. It's 2,500 square feet. It's going to go somewhere. So confusing it by the value, I threw it out there just to say, we might see a $3 million TDR in the next month because it would come closer to what it trades at on the receiver side, what that value is. But no, I think, we as a board wrestle with it. And, if there's something we need to tighten relative to issuance, now's the time. Does staff have to go back and say, you're preserving 70 acres, that's equal to 1 TDR. But if it's, it's a biosolids waste site, that should be a solar plant. I don't have I haven't done that same drill down, and Cindy's, smiling, so maybe, someone else is better.
Well, can I expand my question, Patty, just to ask Jeff and Cliff and everyone else? Have you thought about fractions of TDRs? If it's a really marginal piece of land and we want to give them value, when do we decide to just buy it at a fair price versus a TDR? Or when do we decide to give them a quarter TDR? Is that even an option that we should consider?
I will, Patty, if I may, I will
probably
defer to staff on that one. But I do want to, I think part of the answer too is we really need to step up those referral comments to help both planning and zoning and the county commissioners in the decision process. If you think about the memos that we get when we do a growth competition, they're pretty candid. Meaning OST, Open Space and Trails, really hands it to you and says, look, this has no value. This is a fishing easement. Who cares? No one's going to be able to find this thing. And so I would say, we have referral agencies, and let's use them too. So, if they don't see the value, then, and sorry, I'm handing it back to Patty to hand to Cindy.
All right, yeah, because I want to let others have comments here. Cliff, Jeffrey did mention you might want to have some comments about his statement. I don't want to put you on the spot, Cliff, but I don't want to miss you either.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. First, Jeffrey, that intro was amazing. I appreciate it. I did want, let me start with the TDRs. I think some places are worth protecting more than others, and that the value of what we're trying to protect should be greater, and that we should have a sliding scale when it comes to TDRs. I like the idea of fractional TDRs, but what really concerns me are the amount of little inholdings, like on the back of Aspen Mountain, that are now starting to get a lot of, or a number of 1,000-square-foot cabins. Jeffrey brought up the Ajax Valley view. They split a lot. Now they're going to have 2 structures. That's not a place for development. That really was our biggest mistake. I think I've been with P&Z going on 6 years, and that felt awful. The other thing that I wanted to pipe in on early was GMQS competitions and the scoring system. I don't know why we give away thousands of square foot of development FAR worth millions of dollars, and for what? No one's been able to give me a reason that I can justify. We have more of this coming up soon. I just feel that GMQS competitions, unless there really is a good reason for that much development, taking a 7,000 square foot home or a 5 and adding 3,000 more. And what do they contribute to the community? 45,000 between open space and trails and road and bridge and whatever. I just don't understand it. And for me, it's hard to accept giving away that value.
Thank you. And that's another one that's on our list for big, broad discussion when we get to our growth management discussions at our special meetings we'll be having. Steve, I saw that you had a hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. And Cliff, I agree with you on the GMQS. I would just as soon not give away any square footage. They have to be able to pay for it in some fashion, like a TDR. One thought on the TDRs, if there's another way we could use TDRs besides for increasing house size by 2,500 square feet. A few people use them just for the development, the building right, extinguish it for that. One thought I had, I just want to toss it out. If someone wants to have a short-term rental in a neighborhood where they are discouraged from having short-term rentals, the only way they could get that would be to extinguish a TDR. They have to buy a TDR and extinguish it. That gives them a right to have a short-term rental. Just a thought, it would be one other way that the wealth could be spread around the county a little bit more with these very high-priced TDRs being sold, some of them to very ordinary people who they hit the jackpot in the lottery on their TDR in some cases. Then just a couple comments on the climate change issue. And Jeffrey, I really like your idea of doing the assessment of the good solar sites, I think there are probably some good micro hydro sites also in the county. I really think that we need to pursue that, working with Holy Cross Energy, because it's also tied in with the capacity of the electric lines. So we might have a really good solar site that the power line, somehow we're going to have to expand the power line or build a new power line to, or generate hydrogen on the site, or do something to make it work. But doing that exercise, I think, is really critical for our future. With the climate change, if we don't solve the climate change issue as humankind, a lot of this other stuff is not going to matter. If you see the health of our forests around here, there are so many trees dying, aspen trees, spruce trees, fir trees, pine trees dying from various things which are being spurred on by the warming climate. In 100 years, none of us might recognize this valley besides just the topography, because the plant life's going to be totally different if we don't change anything. And I don't know how many people were going to want to live here if there's no downhill skiing, or it's only 1 or 2 months in the winter and then skiing's over for the year, and all the vegetation is totally different. And the streams are running a minimal amount during the summer. It's not going to be nearly as nice environment to live in if that's what we end up with. So to me, it's critical that we solve the climate change issue, and doing really tying the building code to climate action things, I think, is really important. I would love to see us have, any new building has to be net zero or net positive, just as a standard. It's possible to do it now. People have shown that it's economical, and I think we need to go in that direction. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, are there any others? Jeff, do you see any? I'm trying to scan both your guys and my guys.
Joe Krabacher just joined, may want to weigh in, and then Zach and Monty as well, and Chelsea, sorry.
Yeah, so I don't know if you all had the opportunity to hear Jeff's great introduction. It stirred a lot of comments, so if anybody, this is our time to discuss the broader picture of some issues that you feel we need to really focus on, I think, as part of our growth management ongoing. Ready to gear up conversation. Okay.
If you don't see a hand, oh, sorry.
I didn't see Yvonne on, or, yeah, Jeff?
I'm left-handed. So I did attend your pre-meeting, eavesdropped. And so one of Greg's other question was around location and extent. And so, and 1041s, but really location and extent. And, you know, I think it's a less evil fraught conversation, so it might be a nice one to have since we're all together. You know, we over the last year have had obviously projects in the ABC, Cozy Point, as well as the Intercept lot. And so, you know, L&E, and I don't know if that's, you know, Suzanne's expertise, but I think it's Suzanne and Leslie both had a number of location extents. And so I think the part of the answer to Greg is, look, the only thing we have in our quiver, metaphor, I think, the only thing we have is the master plan and conformance with the master plan. And so, you know, if you're going to build a 32-foot tall bathroom in the parking lot, all we have to go against is the Brush Creek master plan. If you're going to build in riparian area at Cozy Point, all we have is the, you know, is the local master plan. You know, so I think one answer is you know, and obviously we have two authorities having jurisdiction going like this. And then, you know, in the case of the fire department, they say, great, you vetoed it, but we're going to do what we want. And so I think, you know, before we get to that point where they have to go back to their board and just do what they want, you know, I think it would be nice if we just agree in the room. And I don't know if that's a soft answer to you, but it's the real answer would be, as long as those master plans are up to date, as long as the referral comments that we get, you know, from the Aspen, you know, the ABC, you know, whichever party, it should make our decision making easier. So we're not left with a subjective conversation of, you know, is it 12 beds or 14 beds in some of the decisions we've had this year. And again, I don't know if that was specifically what you're looking for in terms of L&E, but again, having watched the two authorities having jurisdiction do this, that's my 2 cents. And again, the planning
Greg,
zone may
before I call you and Francie, I just want a point of clarification. So it's my understanding, and Cindy and Ellen, that a location extent, is that provided to us by state statute? Is that part of the state? It's not our choosing. Number 2 is that master plans are advisory documents. So we do take into consideration the advisory document, and we really do take into consideration any referral comments and any public comments that are made. And it is tough. The fire department one was very tough. And I want to clarify for the public, if anybody's listening, there was some extensive comments submitted to us by a member of the public, as to location and extent for us applying at the lumberyard. But the lumberyard, it's my understanding, has been annexed into the city, correct? So it doesn't have to go through location and extent. We can provide comments, but we don't review it as a land use application in any way, shape, or form. Is that correct? Okay, just wanted to make sure on that. All right, Greg, I think Greg wants to respond directly. Francie, so you guys can battle it out there, but I'll let Greg go, then Francie, I'll pull you up.
I think I really enjoy this conversation. It just makes me wonder, you know, I hear what Jeffrey's saying, and it sounds like, you know, why just can't we all get along? It comes back to, you know, did we ever work more closely with the municipalities, and could we get back there again, so that these conflicts don't come up and we end up just pulling the statutory rank to get what we want? You know, that's the wishful thinking. While we're doing some wishful thinking here, so are there paths forward, you know, to get in sync? I know the city has the same ideas around climate change. You know, their climate office is robust and doing great things. You know, are there any paths forward to work better with them, and hopefully see respect for master plans, whether they're in the city or in the county or wherever? Just wishful thinking on my part. Comments?
We like your wishful thinking, Greg. Okay, I'm going to go to Francie, and then Kelly.
Yes, I think we should work with the city, Greg. Cliff and Jeffrey, if I'm not mistaken, I think what I've heard you say is that because the land use code says what it says, you have to pass things that your heart might not want you to approve of, and that your hands are tied. If the land use code says yes, then you have to say yes. So I'm thinking what's underlying that is a request for the BOCC to possibly look at the land use codes and maybe make some changes. And Cliff, I completely agree with you. I about fell off my chair when I heard we were just having this thing and you can put in, and if you win, you get more square footage. I was so shocked when I heard that, because of course I didn't know it before I was a commissioner. And I think that would be one of the first things we could put on the chopping block. And, you know, honestly, I don't see why we want to charge money for it. Let's just not give it, period. You know, it's not like we need more money for our coffers and then we're going to have them somebody build more square footage for it. I don't see why we just don't get rid of it. I know it's extreme and government moves slowly, but I'm really glad to hear you guys from Planning and Zoning say something like that. Thank you, Cliff, for that.
Okay, I'm going to jump in, Kelly, real quick before I go to you. Just as far as, it's always been my understanding when I sat on Planning and Zoning, and this is kind of my philosophical policy was that the planning and zoning pretty much followed the land use code. The Board of Commissioners, having served on the board after P&Z, has a little more discretion in that. And that's kind of always the way I've approached it, which is a hard spot to put P&Z in, and then it becomes a hard spot to put the BOCC in. But that's what I've always understand. As far as GMQS and people having to come in with GMQS or buy a TDR for their first development right, we need to think about the people who might not be even building 5750, people who want to live in this community and want to build small homes. And to have to pay whatever the going rate is for a TDR, they won't be able to afford to build here and live here. And so that would be discouraging people who want to come to this community and live in this community and be part of this community, I think. The other thing is that I wish we did have control over the price of TDRs, but we don't. We're not in the stock market on TDRs, so that's another tough one for us. So thanks, I just needed to clear that up. Kelly, please.
Sure, and I'll react to some of what you said, Patty, because we don't control the price, but we can control the value of TDRs, which I think is actually more meaningful. And I think there's a lot in this conversation. One of the things, though, that strikes me that could be a really meaningful exercise for us is to, I think, really understand some of our kind of ground level values related to the tension between our community goals and property rights, and having a clear understanding of where they're running into each other and where we have a shared basic understanding. Because even when I hear this tension in our conversations, it strikes me that we don't have a shared agreement on what basic property rights are for land use in the county. And I think that should be somewhere where we start. Some of this is structurally built in for us, right? Like the 35-acre zoning, there's not a lot we can do to get around that. And as far as I understand, nothing we can do to get around that beyond some of our other programs that we've built. But creating minimum zoning of 160 acres that we've heard, I'm not sure that's a tool in our box. But really understanding, I think, at that basic level of, this is someone's property rights that we all honor and respect, and that we're going to continue to codify. And then from that, everything else is extra. From that, everything else is either something we're getting a trade-off for, or something we're getting a community contribution for. I think would help for me, like, clarify how we move forward on these conversations. Because, as far as, like, it seems to me there's nothing that stops us necessarily from saying we have a maximum growth house growth size. Like, we're retaining a property right, and this is the extent of it. And if we have a shared notion of that, then again, we can start to talk about what else are we willing to trade off for? Because if we decide we're not willing to trade anything for bigger houses, then that's a meaningful statement moving forward. But our past land use code has not made those statements or articulated those statements. And I would say regarding like location and extent, to me, it's a little bit of like, well, who goes first, right? I can't see us getting advice as a county to give up our authorities in location extent that we're granted to willingly, right? I think we can make like a value statement, and we can say we're committing as a county, to follow the planning and zoning guidelines of any, jurisdiction that we choose to have projects in or are able to have. And we can do that. Nobody else has to do that for us, and we can offer an MOU to other jurisdictions to do it. Like, hey, we'll do it. Do you want to do it? Let's see, is there a partnering there that could take place? So there is a leadership vacuum that we could choose to fill. That isn't to say others will come along with us, though.
Yeah. Another wishful thinker on the Board of County Commissioners. Those are just two of my observations
from this conversation.
Okay. I am seeing nobody raising their hand. I think so far, Jeff, you kicked us off into some good discussions. So.
I think Monty has his hand up.
Cliff did, I think.
He didn't come. Well, I'm looking on my screen. So Monty, would you like to go? And then, oh, there it is. And then Cliff, please.
Sure. So just a couple of quick comments on the TDR. One of the things too, I know we talked about it some in P&Z, but being able to fractionalize, break down the 2,500 into smaller sections like 500 might be better, that we don't have to force somebody to build the whole 2,500 square feet out. And maybe, you know, smaller additions to the square footage might be something that, you know, makes a TDR a little bit more viable for us. So that was just one of the things I wanted to talk about TDRs with. And then the second thing I wanted to go back is when Jeffrey was talking about what we do at the landfill and how we can take it to the next level of, you know, in the future, it's going to be redevelopment, you know, and how do we deal with homes, redevelopment of homes that are 15,000 square foot, you know, in the future, and where does all that go? If, you know, places like that take, they say like, you know, free stuff for construction, you know, a lot of times they won't take very much stuff, and what they do, you know, it doesn't really come back to the you know, areas as a value. Whereas if we could do it at the landfill and maybe put different structures up there that could absorb these and triage them and refurbish, so we can you know, repurpose and reuse things, I think might be something, you know, a different branch to go further in the future for, as far as the construction that goes on, and how do we do a reduced construction impact plan and develop that would be my comments for today.
Thank you. Okay, Cliff, to you, please.
I thought the conversation about we can't control price, but we can control value. If a donor site was, let's say, in the backcountry, on the back of Aspen Mountain, can't we have that be a greater value, or like a percentage that's added to or subtracted from any other kind of donor site? So you're not really controlling price, there you are controlling value. This goes to what I was saying earlier about, I think what I find happening at P&Z is that we're giving away TDRs for things that are not protecting really the backcountry, the side country, and the commodity that we all live on, which is, you know, our backcountry. I think that should make the value of a TDR, a donor site, more than something along Castle Creek Road.
Okay, that's a good point. And I think Cindy and Ellen are adding that to our list of topics to discuss when we get to TDRs. Let's see, Francie, and then, okay, Monty.
Cliff, the only problem I see with that is that who's going to agree on which place has more value? So for me, for instance, a place along the Crystal River might be the ultimate value, but for you, it might be the back of Aspen Mountain. So I see a little bit of problem there with who decides which one has more value. I might be a little bit of a can of worms. It's an interesting idea, but I'm not sure we could pull it off without a lot of divisive debate.
So, you know, Francie, the chairman of the board makes that decision, so you'll get to do it next year.
Isn't that what appraisals do?
Yeah. All right, Suzanne Caskey, nice to see you, Suzanne. Is she there? There she is.
I have just a couple of things I want to say. One about TDRs. I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission that created that system, and we created it for a reason. It revolved around coming up with a zone district that would protect the backside of Aspen Mountain in the beginning. It was clear at the time that needed protection, and coming up with a way to protect it was not easy at all. And as I recall, it took about 2 years to, and a lot of input from a lot of people who knew more than we did, to find a tool to protect the backside. Then it was clear what a TDR, why TDRs were used. And we knew, I think I recall, and Cindy, you correct me, please, if I'm wrong, but I think that the one place that we knew about before that was maybe Montgomery County, Maryland, that had used TDRs to protect some of their farmlands and horse ranches and open space. However, I think they have served us well for the most part, but I think that what we need to do is back way up and decide and figure out what is the problem that we have now that is uppermost in our minds, and could TDRs or something close to TDRs be used for it? Because first we have to know what our need is in order to use that kind of tool. And the need may be very different now than it was. And maybe TDRs are, maybe we'll find out they are a thing of the past. They worked very well for us up to a point, but now I think we might have lost our way. And we don't have to take for granted that TDRs will always have to be something that we use. I mean, maybe we just say they never existed. We're just going to forget them. We're going to phase that out. But first we have to know why, what the need is. The other thing that I wanted to say is that it was my impression that the reason we were gathering today was to discuss the canvassing, what did we call it? The papers that went out recently where people commented.
Survey.
The survey, yes, survey. And when I looked at that, what I ended up seeing is that the top priorities of the community were traffic volume and safety. And obviously that has to do with where we went wrong in the past and how we can not get worse in some ways. So I relate that to growth management in the future. Another one was the county efforts to address affordable housing quantity and quality. We all know that that's a huge issue. And then the third one was how well the county is managing growth. And the survey group that we worked with called how is the county managing growth a perception issue. I don't think that that's just a perception issue. I think people can feel every day where we've gone wrong, how we might be, not how we can do something better, but the fact that we need to do something better. And so for me, when the Board of County Commissioners formed the Growth Outreach Committee, was that 2 years ago, and asked for people in the community to volunteer to spend some time looking at questions revolving around growth, the questions that you were asking and the answers that that particular group came up with were what we should be doing right now. I mean, I think you were right on the mark. You were asking the right questions. Whether you got the right answers or not, I don't know, but you were certainly asking the right questions. And the major one was, I mean, it was like written on a billboard and presented to the citizens that wanted to volunteer. That was, should we look or can we look at growth through the lens of climate change? How anybody can say no or sort of, other than you're damn right we should, that's exactly what we should be saying. And so to me, when we on our last P&Z meeting, each of us was asked to write their top three issues that they thought that we should be pursuing in the past. And for me, the efforts to mitigate the effects of climate change that was my number one. And now that I've thought about it, it's my number two and it's my number three. And that if we don't, as many other people on these two boards of commissions have said, if we don't do something about that, I mean, if we, it's going to be really hard. I mean, I don't know how many weeks or months we on the Growth Outreach Committee worked on that, but you know, when it came right down to it, and the sum of those discussions were presented to you, as I recall, there was a specific group that came out and was ready to mow it all down. I think that will happen again. It's happened before. It's happened. I moved here in 1978. It's happened every time an issue like that has come up with it. But I think that you are ready, and I think that we are ready as a commission to face it. I don't think it's going to be fun. I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't think it's going to be kind. But I think that we have finally found the issue that does not allow us to look away. We just can't. And so that's what I hope that you will focus on at your retreat. You don't have to know it during your retreat exactly how it will be done. I think what we need to do as a community right now with you as our leaders is to say, this is our goal, and we're going to go after it with everything we are worth. And what we know, and what I saw during that Growth Outreach Committee, is that the planning office, the data that the county has compiled over the years having to do with climate change, how it is related to embodied energy, how it's related directly to square footage. It's incredible and irrefutable. So I will be with you, and I'm sure many of the other people on the P&Z will be with you if you will take those hard steps. I'll certainly stand behind you, and people that I know all over town will stand behind you if you'll do it. And I pray that you will.
Well, Suzanne, I'm just going to comment quickly. How I see that, looking at all the other issues the county has, from housing to the airport to the landfill to everything that's on our plate in our list of issues where you need to address, to community, to congestion growth, to continuity. I think everything falls under the umbrella of climate. And so everything we do at the county level, and Greg was a big spearhead on that. I'm going to give you credit for it, Greg, because it drove me crazy. Every time he had a conversation, he asked, I want to see how this ties back to climate. And staff has gotten on board with that. So we see it, that this is how our issue might create a climate issue, and this is how we're going to mitigate it at a county level across the board with all of our departments. So I can give you my word that when we move forward on growth management, that umbrella will be front and center.
That's great. And Patty, you know, we are so fortunate because it's not as if we're starting from zero. What you as a county and what the planning office has compiled already makes us the wealthiest people in the world in terms of information and good stuff. So then it's just a matter of having the will to do it. And I can appreciate how hard it is for you as a board to get the kind of flashback that you get when you're taking on hard issues. But I'm very happy to hear you say that. We just have so much at our fingertips now.
Yeah, we do. So I'm going to move on. Monty, your hand is still raised. Did you want to speak, or can I go to Greg?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
That's okay. So Greg, please.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear, Suzanne. Thank you for saying that embodied energy thing. I realize I don't know it well enough. I'm not conversant. I don't understand the complete ramifications of embodied energy as opposed to other metrics we have for determining what's the right thing to do. So that's an important thing, and I'm glad you brought it up. I think Cindy knows an awful lot more about it than I do, and I want to hear more. First of all, I want to give a little, want to remind myself to tell everybody on P&Z, I have a copy of the climate change plan book, Speed and Scale, for you all, and we just have to figure out how to get them to you. I've been handing that book out willy-nilly because they were given to us for free by the author. But it really does help start conversations, and it's important stuff. So get with me about your copy. The provocative questions I just heard, of many of which were there, and I thank you for them, is embodied energy. How are we going to incorporate the valley-wide solution? Like the conversations about, I'm going to pick on the city right now in the lumberyard. It came up in our core meeting the other day. I brought it up that, if we're displacing the lumberyard, it means anybody who wants a stick of lumber or a nail is going to have to drive to the salt and back to get it. How are they factoring that into the energy they're saving by building the housing at the lumberyard? It's a question I don't have the answer to, and we were trying to figure out, is it even calculated? Is it even part of the conversation? One thing we know is the population, our county population, we just heard, really hasn't grown dramatically in the last few years, but we do know the valley's population has grown dramatically. How is that? How is this mobility of the community, our extended community, affecting how we make our decisions and what we do? I don't have the answers to that. That was a question mark. The next one, provocative one that I'd love to hear, and I think Suzanne said it, was how do you take apart a TDR program? I think right now there are, a couple hundred TDRs outstanding. If they're all valued at $2 million, we're looking at $400 million worth of TDRs, if that's what it is. It's how do you remove that from the ledger? How do you write that one off and not cause a takings, for instance? And then my final question is another one picking on the city again, because they're not here. If they are here, they're not talking. Regarding annexing land, I didn't realize that the lumberyard property was annexed, and so they didn't even have to do locations and extent. But what about underlying rules for what that property, when it was first developed, like height restrictions? John McBride keeps bringing it up. He calls me twice a week to say, hey, can you actually put a building that tall, that close to a runway? What does the FAA have to say about this? And I'm thinking, well, if it's locations and extent, do we even have a voice? But if it's not locations and extent, what happened to the original regulations that were in place when the ABC was originally developed? That's a specific question. Forgive me for bringing it up here, but I don't know where to look for the answer. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Joe Kraybacher.
Hi, Joe Kraybacher here. Yeah, I was on from the beginning of the meeting, but due to technical difficulties, I was not able to actually, I could hear everybody, but I wasn't there. Anyway, so as I understand, we're talking about what our goals are for the BOCC's retreat. And I guess well, one of my goals is to sell my Al Gore book that he personally signed. That's called one of the original editions of Inconvenient Truth. So if anybody has a TDR they might be willing to issue in exchange for that book, let me know. But TDRs are a part of the mix. Just to get back to being serious, I think we've got. It's been a crazy 2 years, and I'm glad that I'm not the one making the final decisions on what's going to happen to try and address all the problems that we have. But they are, growth, traffic, too many people. But the paradox or the difficulty, which is probably not lost on anybody, is the better we make this place, the more attractive it becomes, and the more attractive it becomes, the more divided the interests in town become between the people that are well-heeled and sometimes very well-heeled and can basically afford anything, and money's no object, And, you know, the more we make things expensive, it really doesn't, you know, it doesn't impact those people. So I don't have a great answer to that, but, you know, my goals are you know, whatever, see what we can do about growth. And that involves, you know, both looking at the growth management plan, the TDRs. The TDRs are just, you know, it's just every week there's another high water mark. You know, there was one that sold last week for 2.1 million. I heard that, you know, there's one out there that someone said they were negotiating was around 2.3 million. So, you know, Jeffrey's not too far off in anticipating that at some point they may be worth, you know, $3 million. But, you know, they're rapidly approaching $1,000 a square foot just for the entitlement to build that square foot. I'd like to see the county continue to maintain its policies that we've had for a long time, which is we have a rural part of the county and we have an urban growth part of the county. And I remember back in 2006 when we adopted the current land use code, there was a huge outcry over, you know, the whatever zoning that was implemented through the 2006 code. And at that point, kind of the, you know, the concept was, let's have growth where we have infrastructure for growth. Let's not have growth, but we don't have that infrastructure. And I think that was a large driver of the urban growth boundary. And, you know, I'd like not to see where we become like Southern California, where you can't tell when you go from one town to the next town that you're going into a different town. I'd like to see, you know, us continue to have a rural character in the rural part of the county. And we've been pretty good at holding the line on growth. And in my view, you know, unfortunately, growth includes both free market and it includes affordable housing. And so, you know, to the extent that we allow leakage into the county for any kind of growth, I think it, you know, it impacts us, and it's going to impact us in the long term. You know, one of my pet peeves, I don't know if it's just because of where I live or what, but we have, and I mentioned this at the last P&Z meeting, and we have, you know, extremely complicated land use code and requirements and so on. And I see a lot of people, the more complicated and the more onerous the regulations get, the more people blow it off. And, you know, I'm a real estate lawyer, so I see a lot of transactions. And, you know, like top items that are on our list are, you know, was something built without a permit? You know, were boilers installed without paying energy fees? You know, was square footage added? And so, you know, part of our due diligence is always, you know, what was approved and trying to establish a baseline and then compare to what exists so that you can see if you can figure out if, you know, if stuff's been bootlegged in. And there's, you know, I think a remarkable amount of unauthorized work that goes on. And, you know, I see it in, you know, Woody Creek is my neighborhood, so I see it in, you know, my neighborhood. I think a lot of people in Woody Creek are maybe a little more, you know, well, we have Liberty Lane down there, so, you know, whatever. Everybody likes their liberties, and nobody wants to have to abide by the rules. But I just see a lot of, you know, I've seen, you know, buildings go up. I've seen, you know, roads go in. I've seen, you know, without any approvals. And then, you know, enforcement, I think, is fairly thin. And I think it's a challenge for, you know, for anybody who's in a position of authority to, you know, make somebody tear something down. I think, you know, like I said at the last meeting, I think the only time the county's ever done that was maybe on Wilkerson's place. You know, maybe there's been a couple other incidents. You know, but that was like totally egregious, right? He built the entire house without a permit. But, you know, that type of stuff is certainly happening in Woody Creek. It's happening in other areas. And so I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think the more difficult the codes get and the more, you know, the more challenging they are for people to deal with them, the more likely you get people that are just going to blow it off and say, look, you know, sue me or take me to court. And I think that happens rarely. So anyway, that's kind of my list. You know, I commend you for undertaking, what's going to be a challenging process. But we have to do something. The changes we've had in the last 2 years are just, I've been here, of course my family has been here. I've had family here since the 1940s and 1950s and 1960s. I personally moved here in 1981. But the changes just in the last 5 years it seems to be accelerating. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but anyway, so I thought I would throw that in there. And again, thanks for your great opportunity to speak, and look forward to to working with everyone to see how we might be able to tackle some of these challenges.
And Joe, let's not forget the guy in Red Mountain who built the swimming pool without the permit.
Yeah.
He no longer has a swimming pool. Kelly, I'm going to go to you, and then Chelsea. I'll have you follow Kelly.
All right, I really appreciate all this time with all of you guys. And it just, for me, I'm really like chomping at the bit on all of this, to be honest. And I'm feeling like I've heard what Suzanne has said, and Joe has said, and appreciate the like longevity of perspective. And, we started this conversation 2 years ago, and, we were cut off a little bit at the knees on it, and went out for new information, additional information that at that time I think was important that the community argued was important for us to know, which in my opinion is like completely blown out of the water by the events of the last 2 years, right? So trying to figure out what our economic disruption related to growth management changes would have in our community is like, that's a question that we can't answer it the same way in 2022 that we posed it in 2019. And I'm just feeling like all that time for me has been lost quite a bit. And I would just argue for us to like, let's just start this work together. I think there is some big picture work related to like the tension of community values that I brought up before that we have to sort through, and kind of getting a base understanding of everybody's ground floor. But from that, I also just want to start diving into changes and diving into code language and figuring out how they implicate each other. Because what I've seen, and what, I hope my board has now seen in relation to like short-term rentals that we've been talking about for 2 years, and that we have been hearing from the community about for 2 years, isn't coming to a head until there's actually something on the table to talk about. So, in the last 24 hours, we've gotten 500% times more comment on short-term rentals than we've had in the last 2 years that we've been talking about it openly. And seeking feedback from the community on openly. So just from a strategic and like tactical point of view, I want us to just start getting things out there, start getting changes out there, start being very clear about what we're seeking so that people can start responding to it. Because I'm getting to a point where I'm unwilling to lose more time, because this time it is turning into climate change. That is what the time is turning into, right? Without us addressing the problems that we are raising, we're just contributing to the problem we're trying to solve. So that's where I'm at, and I hope that we can all just start getting more work sessions together here on the table, and hearing your input about the public outreach process that staff presented, and whether that lines up. For me, it felt a little slow. I'm feeling a bit more urgency, again, related to our climate emergency, related to the urgency of all the stress our community is feeling, and whether or not we're going to actually be able to grapple it in a way that lets us have a vision for the future that we can achieve.
Great, Kelly. I just wrote down more growth management joint meetings in my little book of what we need to do. So thanks, Kelly. I thought, Chelsea, you were on here for comment. Did I lose you? Did we lose Chelsea?
She's here.
Everybody hear me?
Okay. We can hear you.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Oh, now we can't.
Skylar, do we have
Can everyone hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, I apologize. I'm participating from Denver International Airport, and I joined late, and but I do think it's highly important. So I moved my flights around. So I had a 2-hour layover before I come home tonight to Aspen. And I'm really grateful for this opportunity to see everyone and hear everyone's ideas and feedback. And I think that it's important for me in particular, to listen to my teammates on the P&Z tonight and to their goals. And last week when we met, everyone's feedback, because you can't make informed decisions without understanding what's important to the community and to your colleagues and what our overall goals are as a team. And I see the P&Z and the BOCC working together as a good team in this meeting and giving each other feedback. I also appreciate the historical perspectives from Joe and Suzanne and Monty, of course, and the staff have always been incredible. And I'm not a politician, but what my comments seem to sound like are more political in nature, not site specific. And that's just because I feel like what comes before us is really mother necessity drives the market, and in such a highly regulated land use environment, when it costs so much to have a team of attorneys and planners. I've never worked in another community where land use planners make more money, if not equal to or more money than attorneys at times, because of the technicalities of the land use applications that have to come forth. So what you get is really interesting, rich applications from people who can afford to hire and engage those professionals to push forth land use applications. So that's why the TDRs are driving up in value. It's because we are just making it difficult to actually do smart growth. And I see that the loopholes, my favorite one that I've come across is barns, for example. We encourage barns in the rural community, in a rural atmosphere. But when you walk into one of these barns on a large acre property, it's actually got 4 bedrooms and heated game room and la la la. And I think that mother necessity drives people to do creative things, to break the rules or to find a loophole. And so I think if I invite you to come up with clever and legal ideas in your retreat, to find a way for us to tackle with an application when we do come across a loophole and we see a gap in our land use code, and give us tools to really help guide a land use applicant or someone seeking to join our community or to improve their property for the benefit of everyone by making their property more environmentally efficient. Give us tools to help those applicants to make the process less expensive and to make it easier to work through. I don't want, what I think hurts everyone is making it so technical that it's too expensive to even do business here, and only the people who can afford it come and build exactly what we're trying to manage wisely, and that's the oversized homes that impact the environment negatively. But otherwise, I really appreciate learning everyone's goals, and I can't make an informed decision as a P&Z commissioner without understanding your goals. So I'm glad to be a listener here, and I just hope that the ideas that we come up with are workable and that we can put them into place as quickly as possible, because I do see too much change all at once, and we really need to have a handle on it and continue to operate understanding that our goals are to keep the areas that are urban growth wisely developed and keep our goals in mind, but also preserve the rural and historical nature of our county. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chelsea. Fly safe. Suzanne, I think you had your hand up again.
Did you just recognize me?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Good. Kelly, I'm very interested in, and I cheer you on in your use of the word values. We don't use that word well anymore. And as I see it, the original land use code to me was so exciting when I moved here, because I saw it based on, it was values based all the way through, including, Joe, what you just mentioned a minute ago, the policy that has to do with large areas of open space, rural space between communities, so that there'd be a distinct change, and we would spare those lands. But Kelly, and I must tell you this as an aside, when my husband and I moved here, he was practicing medicine, and he was on call and was at the hospital late one night. And when he came home, he walked into the town home that we had bought at the old Aspen Villas. And as he told it, he saw me lying on the sofa, covered up with an Afghan, reading a book into this low light of a lamp. And he said, and he asked me what I was reading. And I told him I was reading the Pitkin County Land Use Code. And he said, I was so disappointed. I thought, here's my little wife lying on the sofa, waiting for me to come home, probably about to fix me some late night dinner, and reading a romantic novel. That wasn't the case. It wasn't the case. But Kelly, my question of you is, did the survey help you any in learning what people here are valuing now?
Kelly, I'm going to let you go ahead and answer that, please.
Yeah, it did. And some of the things haven't changed over time, but some things are shifting, right? So, I do think we have to kind of double down on the values that we all know and cherish, and figure out if they're still, we're still achieving them the way we've set out to. That's what my takeaways are.
So, and Suzanne, so Kelly lays around on her couch reading romantic novels all the time. in between,
I wish any novel.
In between baking cookies and pies and cakes. All right, Steve Child. Steve, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Patty. Oh, I like those little raise and lower hand things. They're pretty cool.
I'm getting it figured out, guys. I'm getting it figured out.
It's better than George sitting there like this with his pen up in the air. So I wanted to pose a question to the P&Z members. I'm kind of seeing that the city of Aspen is where, they have their own issues that they're like a ship going off in their own direction, but the county, we have our unincorporated part of the county. And based on the discussion I am hearing, maybe the county's mission is more to protect as vigorously as we can the rural character of the remaining parts of the unincorporated Pitkin County, even to the point of reducing private property rights and so on. So we are dealing right now, the commissioners are dealing with two issues that we are hearing a lot about from the different members of the public. One is the short-term rental discussion. The other is the Phillips Trailer Park expansion, how much to expand, whether to expand. We're trying to, in terms of the Phillips Trailer Park, we are trying to make it possible so the residents who are living there can continue living there and can afford to live there. And yet, for the trailer park's sake, it needs a new sewage treatment system for the whole park, and it needs a new water system, and it needs some debris flow things. And yet we're trying to do a limited amount of development to this trailer park on a narrow, windy road at the entrance to the Snowmass Canyon, where the highway noise is real loud and everybody who drives by can see what we're doing on the other side of the river. So we're wrestling with this, and it's really sort of the growth question. How much should we allow? It's kind of taking away a little bit from the rural character of some irrigated meadows there and the view from the highway. So I'd really be curious what individual members of the P&Z feel about the Phillips Trailer Park and the short-term rental questions that we're wrestling with right now. Thank you.
Okay, Steve, thanks for bringing that up. And just so everybody knows, it's 5:35, and Steve's question is about a 4-hour answer period. So if there are members of P&Z who would like to make some brief comments on Phillips Trailer Court, I don't know how much you guys are in on that process yet, but please. If not, there'll be more to come, guys, and you will be part of it. Trust me. Suzanne. You're muted, Suzanne. Thank you.
Cindy, what comes to mind here in talking about the Phillips Trailer Park and the balance between affordable housing and single-family free market housing makes me think of the old Aspen area master plan, where we were trying to balance those two things, and trying to have, what was it, 60%, 65% of the workforce be able to live within the urban growth boundary. Can you see any way that applies to Phillips Trailer Park, and what the answer would be there?
No.
Never mind. Steve, as far as the short-term rentals go, I hope that you will hammer away at that, because it's so important to me and to all of us. In fact, I remember your dad at one point suggested in the growth management competition that we have a section for giving points for funky, because he said we're losing that. We're getting to this homogenous suburban style stuff. But I think that the short-term, that lodging industry, and that's really what it is, has no place in the county.
I think I like the points for funky, Suzanne.
Yeah, no, that was Bob Child.
All right, Joe Kraybacher, please. And then Greg.
Okay, just responsive to Steve's comments on the short-term rental. I think you're going in the right direction personally. I think maybe, that, you're probably going to get some pushback in terms of the UGB. So maybe there's a distinction between the UGB and the rural part of the county in terms of the STRs, but frankly, I think you're going in the right direction personally. Phillips, I'd like to personally see it limited to what had been discussed, which is 57, and not, go on above that. And maybe this one, in my final comment, maybe this is not, whatever, the appropriate comment or apolitical or what, anyway, impolitic, I guess is the better term. But it's kind of like, okay, we're worried about all these employees. So why do we have employees? Well, because we have commercial businesses in town. Okay, so we're knocking ourselves out to make sure we got enough employees so all the businesses can expand and whatever, have restaurants all over the place and blah, 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 blah. I'm kind of like, why? Do we really need that? And if that's what's really driving it, maybe the, commercial ought to be limited and we wouldn't have this problem. But, maybe, like I say, that's impolitic, and everyone who's in a commercial business wants to grow their business and wants more employees and so on and so forth. But, all of that is driving the need for employees, which is then driving the need for growth. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
Thanks,
Two
Joe.
topics.
Greg, and then Cliff.
I just want to thank Joe for saying that. That was a nice surprise. It wasn't a surprise to hear you say it, but it was just nice to hear us in the conversation. I think about that a lot. We at one point, quite a while ago, we decided that we really weren't interested in growing in too much. But what's happened is we've kind of created a growth engine. And yes, it is a good question. One of our city councilmen, I'll pick on pick on them again, said we need at least 3,000 more affordable housing units in the community in the next decade or so to accommodate this projected increase. And I can understand that there's a strong desire. I'd say the desire for more affordable housing is actually infinite. But if we do build more affordable housing, we're also going to need to build another supermarket, or, you know, you get the idea. The support structure to do that is going to be what comes next. And then we'll have to build another hotel to, I don't know. I'm not interested in growth. I don't think I was elected to try to grow this place bigger. So I'm wrestling with this. I also realize we need a certain amount of affordable housing, and we need to figure out where to put it. If I could, for a moment, I want to talk about just steady state is what I think about. Is there any way we could create a steady state model where we think that we can't use carrying capacity because that's such a subjective term, but if we actually lock in what we think the steady state should be for the amount of population we have here, the amount of, and that might include businesses and the whole gamut. What is it going to take to maintain a quality of life that we all came here for and expect and desire? So steady state's a word I like, or a phrase I like to throw out. Then if I could, regarding Phillips very briefly, I think I probably raised some hackles and maybe it was necessary. I don't know, it'll be a good conversation. But when I think about the hillside villages, like in Europe and Italy, you could see such density that they could build everything they needed on the hillside above Phillips, for instance, and not even touch the agricultural land nearby. And that is in such contrast to the Western American model of sprawl, where you've got this unlimited vista before you. So let's just keep sprawling out there. So you see, and thankfully we don't have that in our county. We've fought it like hell for so many decades that we're not growing like, say, the sprawl around any major Western American city has gone, where you just have, endless, put up a new shopping center, don't revitalize, just put up another one on the outskirts of town. And so I'm sensitive to that, and I'm hoping that we can call on our best architects and designers and thinkers to help us create, maybe it's pods of density designed well, that would preserve the rural character, but still allow some of the affordable housing. And that's what that's my ambition, my dream. And I'm hoping there's some clarity there. So, we recognize we do need some affordable housing. How much is still a big question mark for me, because I think that's an infinite number, is desired. But I think there are ways we can plan it better and design it better and come up with something that in 300 years, people will realize we did the right thing. As you look at Europe now, you're in a 1,000-year-old hillside village, but it's surrounded by a pristine rural area that we might mistake for wildlands, but actually it's been there for thousands of years, and it was intentionally preserved. So here's my soapbox for the night. Thanks.
Okay. Cliff and then Francie.
There was just a discussion with Joe about growth of employees. I kind of wanted to draw out, I see growth of employees as a dog chasing its own tail. A lot of the growth of employees is what they're developing, building, and servicing. And once they move here or live here, in order to service or build and develop, they need more to stay here. So that's what I mean by dog chasing its own tail. You have to keep building to support all those employees that are in affordable housing or otherwise. I think that if you don't control growth, you're going to have more employees. And look at the highway and what's coming up Valley. I was involved in the entrance to Aspen wars, for lack of better expression. And I looked at a lot of traffic studies back in the 90s, and about 25% of the traffic coming up Valley is construction traffic and service. Plumbers, electricians, all the things we all need on a daily basis. That's what's growing.
Okay, thank you, Cliff. All right, Francie, please.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what Joe said as well. I don't think that our problem with employees is at the moment necessarily being exacerbated by growth. We already have a problem with housing if we had no more growth. And we have ski bums who can't live in Aspen and they have to commute or take the bus every day. Lots of SkiCo employees who can't live in Aspen anymore because there just isn't anything affordable. And I run a business with, in the winter, I have 11 employees, and in the summer, I have about 16. It's in Carbondale. And I have to spend a lot of my time helping them find housing in Carbondale or Glenwood. I have one employee who comes from Rifle because they can't afford anything in Carbondale. So it's not just big corporations that create this need for us to house our employees. It's regular old employees that we've always had who can't live up Valley anymore. We actually have 2,000 fewer workers now than we had a few years ago. I think that's the number, right, Greg, that we learned the other day? We used to have 12,000 employees for all the jobs that we have. Now we have 10,000. So we don't have this huge new influx of employees that we're trying to house. We just have a lot of people working the same jobs, but not being able to live there. And the other thing that's interesting that I learned this year is that we have the same number of cars that cross Castle Creek Bridge every day as we had, I believe it was 1995, I think they told us. And so we don't have more cars either. We just have cars concentrated in certain hours or whatever. And that's thanks to RAFTA. So I just want to say that all of these problems are incredibly intertwined. And so the employee problem, housing employees further up Valley than down in Rifle and Carbondale and Glenwood and stuff, is related to climate change. And we do need more affordable housing. And affordable housing is an opportunity for us to create incredibly well-designed, exemplary buildings that can be models for the world in how you can build buildings with the least impact. So it's our opportunity to sort of set some standards on building. And so I appreciate what you're saying, Joe, about not wanting to have more growth and more businesses, especially great big large businesses or more Pradas or those kinds of businesses. But we have a lot of regular businesses that where the employees need housing, a lot of restaurant workers who drive so far or ride the bus so far every day. So thank you, Joe. I appreciate your comments, but I think we have the problem already. It's not a future problem.
Okay. That being said, the problem, Francie, is we hardly have any restaurants left in Aspen because most of them are closed. So that's of note, and that's not going to get any better for a while. So let me see, Jeffrey, I'm going to go back to you, sir, because you did such a marvelous job opening this meeting.
I have 3 closing comments. I'm going to limit myself to one because I couldn't come up with like the 3 C's or something. And it's going to be a strange way to end because I want to say thank you to John Ely and Rye Neely. And so specifically, if you look at some of the other successes over the past 2 years, they just got it done. They moved faster. GMQS changes, quick fixes, employee impact fee, before the wave of construction changes to the benefit of the community. And so I know you're thinking, we're going to go have this awesome consortium of folks that are going to sit together in a room for 3 months and solve problems. But I also use your authority, get it done, move faster. I mean, John Ely and Rye got some stuff done very quickly, and it hurt. It was definitely chairing those meetings were uncomfortable, but I look back over the last 2 years and go, it was highly successful. If I had 2 more comments, and I guess, yes, I will. What's the next solar field? Where are we going next? Mm-hmm. You have amazing partners. You guys I heard you've been dining at Casa Tua. That's what my sources say. what's the next 30-acre win, and where is it? And let's do it. I mean, it took years, but again, thank you, Leslie. And I hear consensus in the room around the decarbonization of buildings. So I hope you'll spend some time, on that. And I think it's something where we really should be the leader, certainly in the Roaring Fork. If not, again, it's crazy to build at 7,600 feet above sea level, but we do it, and we could do it really well and effectively. So those are my 3 items, and thank you for your time. It was wonderful to see everyone.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And FYI, everybody, I just sent an article on to Cindy Hubin to send on to all of you about embodied energy. So hopefully it'll give us a better idea of what that actually means. But I appreciate all the comments. I've kept some notes. I know Cindy and Ellen have. And yes, we do need to move this forward. And if we only had like more days in a week, more hours in a day, we could get that done. And the board will be discussing our priorities at our retreat and how we have 130 something projects on our work project list already. This is one of them, so we're gonna have to prioritize where we focus our staff time and energy and how we can get it to come before the Board of Commissioners. And this does not mean that the board will not be making special meetings and trying to expand our time, but we all sit on a bunch of different committees, and we're just gonna have to figure out how we can focus on the priority issues at hand for the BOCC. And I know that growth management is right up there, as is climate, Suzanne. So, Greg Postman, and then I'm gonna start winding this meeting down to a close, please, if that's okay with everybody.
I forgot to put my hand down, so really, it's gonna be very brief. Thank you all.
All right, does anybody else? We have a few minutes. I just want everyone to know how hard our staff has been working to try and get this moving forward. We appreciate all of their time and energy, and we appreciate you as volunteers for the time and energy, the concern and the passion you have for protecting our community. All right, am I seeing anything? Ellen and Cindy. Do you have anything closing, Cindy?
Nope, just thank you all for doing what you do. Really appreciate it.
All right. But we have 7 minutes to spare here, guys. So in light of that, I'm going to close this work session, again, with great thanks for everybody who participated. I know Joe Wells was on the meeting listening in to us, and so everybody be waiting because we'll probably get emails from Joe tonight. So, okay, I want to thank you. All right, everybody have a good night. Stay safe, please.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
And thank you, Grassroots, and thank you, Skylar.
Thank you all.